hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Abba Noah, Shabbat Shemaya, Wadash Haya Shemka Abaya, Balagwavka Taba'am, Ratazawanka Baya Asham, Ba'arataza Kawa, Haya Bashemaya, the thunder Nawa, the Kham How Yawam.
Hit the like button, brothers and sisters. Hit the like button. Bring them in. All right.
Our Shino, Manrai Bayalata, Hamalakwa Waha Allah, Ahathapa Araf, La Iwalamya, Man. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Amen. Amen.
All praises be to the Almighty. Shalom, brothers and sisters. We're the elders of the Gathering of Christ Church. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar, along with Elder Lawyer. Shalom, how are you doing?
I'm well, sir. How about yourself?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Brothers and sisters, we stand before you in some serious times, okay? And this Sabbath, we hope to bring some levity and understanding to what's going on. The whole earth is in total confusion and are not aware of what's actually happening. And I know a lot of you, in the midst of the riots and in the midst of the memorials, in the midst of the political election, in the midst of the race baiting and divisive political agendas, you're here to get some level of understanding according to the Most High of what to do. To first, and first here, you're here to discern the times and what to do in them. Our lesson today will bring some key understanding to the times we're living in. On top of that, it'll give you the direction to go in. And guess what, folks? We're going to go into the biblical history of what happened during the time of 70 AD, right before 70 AD, which was chronologized within the Acts of the Apostles, to show you there's nothing new under the sun. We must follow Christ's steps as well as the disciples in this time, not to get caught up into the politics of what's exactly going on in the earth, which is what? Deception in the last days.
Mm-hmm.
Deception in the last days. So many people have questions, I find, today. Be it those who've been reading the Bible, who claim to know the Bible, as well as our everyday brothers and sisters who once denied the Bible. I'm finding more and more questions has arose within the mainstream population concerning what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice that? We're not confused at all. Okay. Not even a little bit, because we're not getting caught up in the politics, in what you, or we're not playing on what you would call, quote unquote, Satan's chessboard. Satan's chessboard. And I'm going to tell you that's why the majority of people are confused today. This Sabbath will bring full understanding to the times we're in, and how to walk in these times and what to do. Deception in the last days is our lesson. The last time we did a lesson paralleling our fall in 70 AD with the current events, the last video we did like that, the whole video was just struck and taken down for no reason. Until this day, they still didn't give us a reason to why they took down that video. The Children of Israel in the Time of Trouble, I think, was the title, and they took it down because we paralleled the same political landscape during the time of the disciples leading up to the fall of Jerusalem. And we paralleled that with our current time, showing you the main people they're aiming towards, us. Now, I'm not here to talk about the Roman Empire and the Europeans and what they plan to do in general, because they're going to do what they do, okay? I'm going to more so focus today and parallel this with past history, with those of my hue, those of my race, those of my persuasion, who are actually helping along the destruction of God's people.
Mm-hmm.
The Europeans or the Edomites or the Romans cannot do this without, you got it, inside infiltration.
Sure.
Those who will look to exalt themselves within this empire, who believe more in this kingdom than the kingdom to come. These are they that Satan and the Romans will use to infiltrate and to destroy us inwardly. Like we see with the George Floyd's, and I would call that event or production. Brothers and sisters, what you are witnessing right now in real time is a Hollywood production. Hollywood is a Celtic wood that sorcerers used to make their magic wands, and to do what with the wands? To cast a spell on the masses. This, and is brought to you, led by the synagogue of Satan synagogues at the top of the pyramid. But the script is being helped along by what this world today, well, Americans today call fraternities or Prince Hall Freemasons. And I'm going to show you how that relates to today, because I'm going to tell you this. According to prophecy, according to history, brothers and sisters, those that actually helped the Roman Empire destroy us were, you got it, subsequently destroyed by the Romans. So some of these so-called bougie, quote unquote, Negroes think that they're going to get off by helping the empire, helping the government destroy God's people.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to show you what happened to those who did this in the past. There was two types. There was one type who thought that they would actually build an army right amongst the midst of Jerusalem against the Roman Empire and go up against the quote unquote white man. We're going to give you the history of what happened to them. Okay? We're going to give you the history of those who didn't understand to follow Christ's words, to be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. You get that history today. But first of all, let's start off with Christ's words. And you know how we do it. Matthew 24. Matthew 24. And after this, the title of this lesson is Deception in the Last Days. Folks, we're going to do about an hour and a half class today, going into, you got it, a new month or a new moon starting sundown tonight, in which we transition from spring to summer. And this really has nothing to do with how you look in the sky and see a particular moon. No. It's the sun, 364-day cycle, that predicates the cycle of the year. And whatever moon that is during that time of year is that transition or intercalary season that's changing. So the moon can look different from year to year according to seasons. But you must track it through the 364 cycle, first using the sun. It's the sun and the moon together. All right? That's how it works. Just like you have two dials on a clock. The sun and moon works in conjunction to bring in the year and the seasons. All right? So now, tonight when the sun go down, sundown tonight, boom, summer. For those who don't understand how to calculate, don't worry about it. Go to our website, gatheringofchrist.org, and order a calendar. You'll be right on schedule, and you'll actually get the scriptures and breakdown, even though I did it in the Secrets of the Times years ago on our website. On our main page, on the page you see now, A Gathering 144. You can still get the calendar to be able to get right on time according to the heavens. Esau, being off as he could be, turned everything upside down once we fell as a people, and claimed that the earth circles the sun 365 days in a calendar year. That's a lie. The earth doesn't move. The earth tilts on its axis. Everything else is moving. Even the sun and the moon around the earth. 364-day cycle, 52 Sabbaths makes a complete year. This is why with the Most High's calendar, we don't have to change daylight saving times. We don't have to deal with the leap years. Ever so often, we don't have to switch it to try to adjust the seasons because we're right on schedule with the Most High's time. 52 Sabbaths in 1 year. 5 and 2, 7. That's how you break it down. Tonight begins summer. All right? If you want to know how to get the information, because it's a 3-hour breakdown, don't worry about it. Just order yourself a calendar. Follow what we put down there with the lessons we have actually constructed, and you'll have it. You'll be on time with us. The day you get the calendar, you'll be right on time. It's that simple. Go to gatheringofchrist.org and order yourself a calendar. You'll be right on time, and you'll understand why we're not doing this on the same day as the Jewish people. Okay? As those who believe they're Israelites, but still are following Babylonian days under Judaism. Now, I digress. Now, let's get back to the scriptures now.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
Let's read it.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 24, verse number 1.
Yes.
And Yeshua went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the buildings of the temple.
Come on.
And Yeshua said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down.
So what was Christ pointing to there, brothers and sisters? He was pointing to the temple of God. The greatest construct on earth at that time. Many times that same temple was rebuilt, but not utterly destroyed. So to our people during this time, in the first century, it would be a phenomenon to destroy this temple to a degree in which it's laid in rubble. That would be almost an impossible feat. And Christ says, look at our temple. It will be torn to rubble. Now, most of our people at this time wouldn't believe such a catastrophe. Why? Because it have never been utterly destroyed. So you would have those who would follow Christ and understand and believe in this prophecy, but then you will have others who are Israel also who would think that God could never destroy his own temple. They would think the idea of God destroying his temple is asinine. That's his temple that was constructed, that was given, that was given from the heavenly realm, a construct that would mimic the construct of what? The heavenly tabernacle on earth. How would God destroy his own temple on earth? But they didn't realize why Christ was bringing that prophecy to fruition. This would be a Daniel prophecy, the desolation of abomination. Because God's people have turned their back on the God who made him, there will be no need for a physical construct. He would destroy that temple, and only those who would believe in his son would do what? Be a part of the new temple. You understand? All over the earth, it was prophesied God's people would be dispersed, and a remnant would believe on him, and he would build his temple through these believers. So Christ says, listen, one moment. Make sure we're still on here. Are we still on? 1 second here. Yeah, we're still on. All right, we good. So Christ said here, I go to prepare a place for you. In my house, in my Father's house, there's many mansions. So this temple would be built for believers, for those who would stand in Christ's words, even in the last days. So he knew that temple must be destroyed for a greater temple that would erect in its place. A stronger temple that's not just in one place on earth, that is scattered throughout the four corners, a remnant who would bring Christ's kingdom to this earth. A greater temple. Acts 7:48 states, what house can you build me? For the Most High God dwell not in temples made with hands. This is why the Most High had to destroy that physical temple, because you had our own people who made this place out to almost not just for a place of a memorial, but they made this place out as an idol to themselves. The Most High said, I would take that temple down and build my temple back righteously. And I can do this in 3 days. So that temple had to be destroyed, but you had others who are still under the old way, under the old understanding, who would uphold the ways of Moses, which was great, the ways of Solomon, which was great, above the Son of the Almighty. So the Most High had to totally desecrate this temple all together, so that now we can believe on the greater prophet, our Lord and Savior. And brothers and sisters, he will navigate us through this. So he says, look at that temple. It's coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Verse 3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming?
What is the what?
Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming?
The sign of thine coming. When will you come back, Lord? Read.
And of the end of the world.
And of the end of the world. What world? Esau's world. The Roman world. The 10 horns world. This was the world that Christ was crucified under. Esau would rule in the last days. Give me the sign of the end of our brother Esau's empire. Read.
Verse 4. And Yeshua answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you.
Take heed that no man deceive you. If anyone bring you a prophecy outside of what I'm telling you right now, you're looking at or you're listening to the deceiver. If someone bring you a pre-tribulation rapture, don't believe it. I didn't tell you. Christ didn't tell you about a pre-tribulation rapture in Matthew 24. If someone tell you that one antichrist must pop up before I return, don't listen. There's many antichrists. It's the whole empire. It's the whole governmental construct. Don't listen to them. If anyone tell you to stay put when it's time to go, don't listen to them. Listen to what I'm showing you here. Listen to what I'm showing. And the reason why I mentioned that, because you have others out there who would only focus on the fleeing in the scriptures. And you have some people who feel a certain type of way about our teachings, because we don't just talk about fleeing every day. And the reason is this, brothers and sisters. If your heart isn't right, if your spirit isn't right, you're going to take the evil no matter where you flee or travel. And you'll just get destroyed there. Mm-hmm. The Most High gave us an opportunity to do what? Help get the church together. And the church will lead the people. See? Doesn't matter where you go. If you're wicked, you're going to be wicked somewhere else and get destroyed. Mm-hmm. And there's so many layers of doctrine that our people need to sustain someplace else. And if we don't first build brothers and sisters in the spirit of Christ, it doesn't matter locale. It doesn't matter where you go. Even if you're not in America, you'll die in the wilderness. So we have to build people. We have to build souls. We have to build them to discern good and evil and have them understand what this overall mission is according to the Almighty, and not just focus on relocation. Okay? Finish reading.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 24, verse number 4. And Yeshua answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you.
Take heed that no man deceive you.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
You'll have many people claiming that they follow Christ. You would have Christians who would claim to be Christ, but then claim the law of God is done away with. They're deceiving you. I came not down to do my will, but the will of him that sent me, was Christ's quotes. Okay? Christ didn't come to do his own will. He came to do the same will that gave the law to Moses. The same will. He came to do the will of that same God that gave the law to Moses. Don't let no one tell you that's dealing with New Age that it's the same Christ consciousness. And walking in Christ means to be one with the universe, and it's Christ consciousness. They'll just invoke his name. But inwardly, their deeds are evil. Don't let a Muslim come to you and say, well, yes, we respect Christ as a prophet. They will invoke Christ to lure you into their deceptive satanic web of deceit and idolatry. Many shall come in my name. Read.
Many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
And why are they using Christ? You notice Christ didn't have to use Buddha to convince people to follow him. He didn't have to use another Arab prophet someplace to lure people into following. Why everyone lean back at Christ? Because they know deep in their spirit, he's the way. But they don't want to completely and righteously follow him. So they try to take facets from him instead of putting down their idolatry and wickedness and follow the true and living God through his son Christ. Christ never invoked any other and say, yeah, come follow me. I'm close to Krishna, or I'm close to this, or I'm close to that. The deceivers would invoke Christ's name because they know therein lies the power of the Almighty. So if you're saying you're similar to Christ, why don't you just put down everything you're following and just follow him? Why don't you just denounce your religion and follow this Bible, since you're relating what you're dealing with Christ?
Sorry.
They're deceivers. Everyone wants to use our Christ, but not follow him. You notice that? Including Christians. Many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Deception in the last days. And if you want to see some of this deception, look at your screen. A Prince Hall production. Okay, lawyer, get ready now. Hold up. Let me get some tissue ready for you. Because this may bring down this may bring down some tears today. All right, y'all ready? Many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. All right, I got my tissue ready. Are you ready? Because they haven't allowed churches to gather for years. I mean, for months now.
Right.
So the government has rolled out church for you.
And funerals.
And funerals, right? A Prince Hall production. I thought we couldn't gather. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it comes. Look at that organ. Hear that organ? Here it comes. Let's get it. Hear that organ? Many shall come in my name. Are you feel what I'm feeling? Oh, you feel it? A Prince Hall production. Al Sharpton, the founder of the National Action Network. Let's get it.
Just once again, on behalf of North Central University, I want to welcome the Floyd family to our campus. This is truly an undeserved honor for our university. I've been praying all week.
You've been praying all week.
That this sacred space would become a table of healing for the Floyd family, for the city of Minneapolis, and for the world that is grieving beyond these walls. In just a moment, I want to offer a brief prayer. But before I offer that brief prayer, I just want to announce, as president of this school, the institution of the George Floyd Memorial Scholarship.
Okay, lawyer, let's wait for a second because there's some people that who are not afraid of COVID. That means if you're speaking in front of a microphone,
Right.
you're okay. If you're the woman that comes up next, you're okay. If you're the sign language woman who doesn't even need, hold up, does she got a mask? Let's check her out. Hold up now. She's not even speaking and she don't have a mask. The keyboard player don't need a mask. A Prince Hall production.
Even before announcing this scholarship yesterday, unsolicited, over $53,000.
No, we don't want to hear that. We want to hear some singing. Come on, bring it to us. Where that mask at? Come on now, bring it. Come on. They gave him a gold casket, you name it. It's good. Okay, let's stop. Are you in it? I don't know if you feel what I'm feeling right now. They got me prepped. I'm ready. Right now, no justice, no peace. Right? No justice, no peace. Right? And let's see what's going on over here. Hold up. Let's hold up before he get up now. Hold up. Here it comes.
Glory, hallelujah, to our God. Every praise, to our God. Come on, my people, let's take it up one more time. Come on. It's to
Let's unite, brother. Let's total solidarity. Bishop Hezekiah Walker.
Every praise to our God. I don't care how you feeling. Sing hallelujah. To
Now,
our God.
now, brothers and sisters, why am I going to this right now? Why am I showing this? You know what hasn't been highlighted right now up until today? Folks, what haven't been highlighted is that how many of our people were put down like dogs in these hospitals under the Operation COVID-19, but yet there was not one memorial for the brothers and sisters who were actually burned in furnaces, where their families couldn't even get an opportunity to see them, okay, under the COVID operation. Where's the memorials for them? You see how they can trigger you while they just killed like tens of thousands of our people all over the earth that no one is mourning for. But through one event, it's an event, folks. They've totally taken the attention off of how many of our people they have actually killed. Okay, right now. But don't worry about it. We're about to get the Reverend Sharp Perm in a moment. He's going to give us some levity.
Glory, hallelujah, to our God. Every praise, to our God. This is my favorite part right here. Come on. God, my Savior. God, my healer. God,
We've been duped for so long.
deliverer.
We've been duped for
Yes,
so
he
long.
is.
Look at this
Yes,
production.
he is. You say it now. God, my Savior. God, my Savior.
Where's the mask at?
God, my healer. God, my healer. God, my deliverer. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he
pulling at the heartstrings of gullible Christians. Let's get them nice and ready. Here it comes. All right, let's get him out of here. Hezekiah don't have to worry about COVID.
Man, people say they never see marches all over the country. Well, we've had that, but we never had it in a pandemic. The reason I know this is a different time is people came out by the hundreds of thousands at risk of their own health to stand up. People that had been sheltered in broke out of shelter. First flight I took was to come here in many weeks. And maybe in God's own way, Martin, the fact we were sheltered means we couldn't watch sports, couldn't watch nothing. We had to keep watching that tape. Maybe because we had no distractions, that finally we're ready to deal with this. So as we...
Now, what y'all didn't see, let me get this guy out of here. Brothers and sisters, what you didn't see is before his speech, there were some politicians who spoke. You can see this online. I make it my duty to see what the devil and his children are doing. And Reverend Al Sharpton was sitting on the side of this so-called politician with a full mask on in fear of catching COVID-19. Only to take off that mask to do what they would call one of the most groundbreaking speeches since Martin Luther King's I Had a Dream. Now this shuckster right here, okay, this guy cannot hold Martin Luther King's, dirty laundry. It's people like this that has always been a problem in our community. And those with him who are behind the deception, who is actually behind this production. This whole thing has always been politics. Politics. So we're going to focus on these people because they're politicizing this whole thing. Mm-hmm. George Floyd has a whole avenue now named after him. Who was he before this? What is his accomplishments? To die by the hands of a cop? What is his accomplishments? They buried him in I'm just going with their narrative. They claim they buried him in a gold casket. I don't think even Martin Luther King had a gold casket. What is his accomplishments? If you can't see this is all politics and a game ran on you to destroy you, you are totally asleep. Mm-hmm. COVID-19 automatically goes down. It went down and now, okay, all of a sudden, race riots began. But we're going to get into it. I'm going to take my time with this today to parallel you this with past history according to Christ. How the deceivers would look like us. We should take more time focusing on the enemy within than the so-called white man, because they couldn't do half of what they're doing against us if we didn't have usurpers always amongst our communities who would sell us out. Mm-hmm. Okay? Right. They have you looking one way. When the Lord say, listen, you better keep your head in my book.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be the confused out there asking questions concerning George Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? This whole story, this whole script, folks, was drew up in some private editorial room in a news station someplace. The whole thing. Oh, well, we don't even know if he died of COVID. I mean, he died of strangulation or asphyxiation. Oh, yeah, there's another report. Oh, we did an autopsy. Who do an autopsy on someone who's been strangled? Oh, we did an autopsy, and come to find out he had coronavirus, but he was asymptomatic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are y'all buying this? At the same time, politically, and I'm going to digress because I need to go into these scriptures. At the same time, politically, so-called Joe Biden, crime bill Biden, who's behind the whole crack epidemic, incarceration, and all that. The total destruction that you see of separated families happened by the single hands of Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Separating and destroying all of our families in the 80s and 90s was through the crime bill of Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. And now, instead of him actually fessing up to this, he's going to come out aligned with Barack Obama, holding hands, claiming that it's time for prison and police reform.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See? You see how they're going to politicize this? To tilt the scales? To draw our people into this evil satanic system? So instead of giving us something for what you've actually done for us, you're going to do what? Police reform? Are you kidding me? This is all it is, folks. It's politics.
Mm-hmm.
They have us looking one way, but I'm going to show you what they're about to do to us. Because in the midst of this, they rolled out, you got it, the provocateurs,
Mm-hmm.
the foreign armies, and all of that, conveniently using masks through these riots not to catch COVID-19. Wink, wink. They conveniently had bricks stacked up so that these young kids who don't know any better could grab bricks and tear down their own areas and tear down markets where we need to shop.
Mm-hmm.
While the same provocateurs who live in the suburbs went back to shop at their Targets,
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
at their Home Depots. See?
Mm-hmm.
At their Walgreens. They provoke you to destroy what you need to places you need to shop at.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? They went right back into their comfortable areas untouched.
Sorry.
See? That's how it works. And then in the midst of that, you had provocateurs, police and all that, blowing up ATMs. It's already been documented. This is not no conspiracy theory or nothing. They started blowing up their own ATM machines so that now they can place army in conjunction with police in front of banks. This is chess, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Let's provoke this move, and by default, we'll make that move. Now, watch how long it takes for some of your so-called stores to recover. They're going to say, it ain't our fault. You tore up your own stores.
Mm-hmm.
Not our fault. So now in your neighborhoods, where we usually get things for our children, some of these areas will look like what? You got it. A scene from The Walking Dead.
That's right.
They're just going to take their little old time. Because what? They've already made their money through the insurance. The insurances they've received for you tearing the places up. So they met their quota with profits for the year. Because they're not getting paid on the insurance projection of what would happen during a pandemic. They're getting the monies, they're insured for it as if it was a regular old shopping time where they was making the projections of millions or billions of dollars for that particular store. That's the insurance they're being paid, as if COVID didn't happen for them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mhm.
Now let's go in.
Yes, sir. If I could mention as
Come
well
on.
on that point, you had the, I'm not sure if you saw in Philadelphia, you had the guy over Fresh Grocer stating that in order for him to feel safe to reopen his store, the Fresh Grocer, he needs the National Guard to come in and protect his store and guard his store in order for him to now feel comfortable reopening the store. And we know Fresh Grocers tend to be in our neighborhoods throughout Philadelphia. So again, we're destroying these stores, and you have these special interest groups who are behind a lot of these things that are taking place. But however, as you're stating, it affects us in the end.
Exactly.
You got to remember that second wave, when that thing, or that so-called, what they're drumming up, the so-called second wave comes in, and you now need to go and get your groceries and do certain things, where are you going to get it from? You've allowed people to come in and destroy the things within your community.
Elder Lawyer, I don't want to give too much away because
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to teach this in the academy coming. But this is a chess game,
Mm-hmm.
right? Before you came, Elder Lawyer, Iraq and I was actually going into the heavens. And did he go through the precepts with you yet?
Yes, sir.
Check it out. The reason why Satan and the Masons set up their construct or their Masonic temples with a checkered floor, because the heavens, the stones of fire,
Mm-hmm.
is checkered.
Mm-hmm.
So he made himself, once Adam fell, he made a construct
Right.
of his Masonic temples that would mimic the heavens with the checkered floors.
Mm.
But he would provoke a move.
Right.
Like what? Like the tree of good and evil.
Mm.
Knowing that he would now be able to do checkmate.
Right.
So even till this day, understanding how we're easily triggered. Anytime they want to make a move against us to utterly destroy us, they must first, they must first set a move that they know will react to. They'll move their pawn over here and say, well, okay, racial injustice. All of them, no matter what their religious persuasion, their political persuasion, they all come together when they're triggered through racial injustice, nation against nation. If we can get enough of them out of here, we can checkmate them on this side with our bishop, our queen. So I'm going to go into that. In the academy, I'm going to go into, when we go into the creation of the universe, we're going to show you the construct of the heavens first. How it looks, what it's made of, all that. It's all in the scriptures. And that's what Satan is trying to actually mimic here on earth under his Freemason societies, his fraternities. And that's why all of their buildings are constructed, quote unquote, physically, how Satan gave them a vision of that floor before the Most High in heaven. Now, and he showed them the fraternals, the Freemasons, the Shriners, the Prince Hall, the fraternities. He showed them that this is how we do it. If we can make moves here on this level over God's elect, these are the moves we can make. We'll be prepared on levels for each generation to actually now battle God in the battle of Armageddon. This is one chess game. We conquer the people here. Then we go to the next level and play this chess game and conquer the people here. Right. By this time, your children, Masons, will have the knowledge and understanding to fight against God in the battle of Armageddon. These are levels and games from one to the next, played out and provoked through Freemasons. And I'm going to be going into that in the academy to show you that he's actually mimicking on earth the temple of God. And have showed his sorcerers, his dark ministers, and all that insight to the heavens. And this is why the Luciferians and the Freemasons follow Jabulon or Yabulon, the Masonic god of this earth. We're going to be going into that first week of the academy, July 5th. This is all a game, folks. And guess what? Here's the deep part about it. because I play chess. They cannot, your opponent cannot move unless you move.
Mm-hmm.
So there's certain things they can't bring into fruition if we don't react.
Mm-hmm.
They have to wait. Chess is a patient game. So unless we make that one move, like I'm going to tell you, if they provoke through this George Floyd thing and our people didn't go out and begin to become that veil that the provocateurs would use to bust things up, they could not have made the next move.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
It's through the reaction that now it's their turn to move.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's bring in Antifa. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter. Let's do this, that, and the other. Let's bring in assault rifles. Let's bring in this, that. So now that we have them out there tearing things up, we're going to tear things up, but switch the narrative to guns.
Right.
See, military. I went to 52nd and Market Street the other day down in Philadelphia, and I noticed that the friendly cops were standing right next to the friendly military on the corner of 52nd and Market in front of the banks. And the cop was just chopping it up with military, like, yeah, how you doing?
Right.
What's going
Right.
on?
Right.
But that move could not have been made if the move of us being what? You got it, provoked.
Right.
The move of us not being able to overcome our emotions and going in to the belly of the beast by beginning to tear things up and acting exactly how they knew we would act.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to this, folks. And that's why Christ made it clear what to do in this time and how to be. Many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall what?
Shall deceive many.
Shall deceive many. You're not getting me out there. You're not getting those who follow this church out there. Because you don't understand the game you're in. The game we were born in. We were born in a race war. People talking about a race war is coming. What? What race war is coming? You were born in a race war. When our foreparents were put on auction blocks and sold for nothing and worked for free, what do you think? What do you think that was? You still waiting for a race war? When you go for a job in which you are highly qualified, more than, one of your colleagues of a different race, and they get the job, what do you think that was? When other people get privileges and in this earth, and there's not an equal playing field, that's war. Talk about a race war can happen any second now. What? When Christ said nation against nation, he wasn't just talking about this time.
Mm-hmm.
It was during the time of the disciples. Up until this time, that there will be racial schisms until I come and settle them. That's what Christ was saying. There will always be racial tension. The race war has always existed. And the race is between Jacob and Esau. But our people and our so-called leaders are too simple to understand it and have sold themselves for 30 pieces, like Judas, like your Reverend Al Sharpton. Reverend Al Sharpton, that dude gonna burn in hell.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Farrakhan right now? Witness protection program? When has it been that that during something like this, it wasn't a prime opportunity to actually aggrandize yourselves and take your platform speaking against racial injustice? Where's Farrakhan right now? Well, last year he was actually honored as one of the most Harold Shriners to have ever lived on earth and was actually knighted amongst the Shriners last year. Huh? So we're going to go into it now. Many shall come in my name saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And like I said, at the end of this, we're going to open up the lines 515-605-9327. You'll be able to come on, and then I'll answer some of your questions and we'll talk. But we're going to direct you through this, folks, according to the word of the Almighty, to give you some insight on how to operate in this time according to Christ and know what moves to make and when to make those moves. Let's start talking about, speaking of deceivers.
Yes, sir.
Let's go into Corinthians real quick. Second Corinthians 11:13. Let's read it.
2 Corinthians 11, verse number 13.
Come on.
For such are false apostles.
So we have false teachers out here who claim to be apostles. And we're going to go into that. Because if you are an apostle of Christ, you'll know how to navigate in this earth according to the acts of the apostles. Common sense. Would the apostles tell their congregation to go out there and march? Would the apostles have his men out there marching in rank? Showing some physical male force against government. Huh? So you're going to have false apostles out there. If you understand Christ's words, folks, you cannot be easily provoked like this. Enter asking for equality. It's nonsense. There's no such thing as equality. You're at the behest of the power that be. Mm-hmm. There will be no equality when Christ returns. That will be an Israelite kingdom made for Israelites. Right now, this is an Edomite kingdom made for Edomites. Understand that. You have to understand how to navigate through that. I don't get frustrated knowing that they have privileges over us. It's their empire. What do you expect? They understand that any progress we make is a digression of their empire. They understand that. That eventually we're going to take what we get in this empire and use it against them. Who wouldn't understand that? So all this we shall overcome, we need equal justice. There will never be justice. There will be no justice until Christ returns. It's asinine. It's utterly ridiculous. So we have false apostles doing what?
Deceitful workers.
Deceitful workers.
Transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ.
Transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. So even the disciples warned us that many shall come in Christ's name and become deceitful workers. New leaders of the people, but not after the workings of the Almighty. They'll be using Christ's name. Read, other lawyer.
Verse 14. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light.
Satan himself has transformed himself into an angel of light. The angel of light is enlightened one. Lucifer. Okay. Lucifer has now exchanged himself into what? God on earth. He's the God of this world. So is his ministers. Like, you got it, Reverend Al Sharpton, Farrakhan, On and on and on and on. These are ministers of darkness. They belong to fraternities. And there were brothers like this back during the time of Christ, during the time of the disciples. Now, those are just Christians. But then you would have false apostles, folks, amongst Israelites, who instead of dealing with the acts of the apostles, baptizing, laying on of hands, directing strictly from the principles that was given to the disciples by Christ, they would use their mantle as an apostle to deceive. And we're going to go there too. We're going to show you an example of Israelites who became false apostles and deceivers during the time of the Acts of the Apostles. One moment. One moment. We're going to show you that. False apostles. Read it again.
2 Corinthians 11, verse number 13. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ.
Transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. Now, through this lesson today, before I bring in the phone calls, brothers and sisters, you will be able to identify who's who. Now, of course, I named Farrakhan. I also named Reverend Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, that charlatan. But there's others that are not publicly renowned, even amongst the Israelite communities, that's going to lead our people to doom. I'm going to go into the history of the Josephus and use Christ's word so that you can identify them. False apostles transforming themselves into what? Read it again, Elder Lawyer.
It says, for such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ.
Transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. You don't want to miss part 2. Hold tight. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out here anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out here anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are
those mysteries.
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. All right. Thank you. July 5th. You don't want to miss it. Now, jumping right in. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Christ says, many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. The Bible also tells us in Ecclesiastes, that which has been shall be, and there's nothing new under the sun.
Right.
So how can we relate what's going on now to the acts of the apostles? Now, Christ told the apostles, I send you out as sheep among wolves. Be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. I'm going to teach you how to navigate through this. Those that are easily provoked and follow the dark forces, including the dark ministers and the apostles, will be deceived. The dark apostles will be deceived. Well, folks, the dark apostles, let's point them out so that you can know who they are. The Catholic Church and the priesthood of the Catholic Church are false apostles. The Jesuits, which are factions out of the Catholic Church, false apostles. The Rosicrucians, facets from the Catholic Church, false apostles, deceivers. Fraternities, such as Freemasons. Yes, whether it be Scottish or Yorkites. Those that are over the synagogues and mosques, these are all fraternities. Dark forces, dark ministers. Now, black people are not, allowed to join the high ranks of Esau's Freemasonry, Scottish and York Rite. So they had to create one strictly for the taskmasters that would keep our people under control. They're called Shriners and Prince Hall Freemasons. We're going to identify that. And believe it or not, when you look at what happened with the inception of Israelites, the original Israelites came out of the Gangster Disciples, which was a fraternity in itself of Freemasons. The modern day Israelites. So I'm going to tell you right now, folks, don't be deceived into believing just because someone is an Israelite, that they're teaching the truth. Because they have made fraternal ranks, even amongst Israelites, that's totally separate from the Roman Catholic Church. They've joined and made their own fraternities. Not that they made an agreement with anyone. They're following the patterns of the original fraternal orders of their founders. So now, we're going to go into the book of Acts and give you some examples so that you're not led by one of these leaders who would have you out there. Because if they can lead you out there during this time, they're going to lead you, provoking you in the future to your own destruction. This whole year up until this time has been a test run for the mark of the beast. That's what it has been. They know how to get us out in numbers. A racial event against black people will get us out in droves every time. And they're going to play this card over and over again because it works. Mm-hmm. It works. Let's go to Acts 5 and 36, Elder Lawyer.
Book of Acts, chapter 5, verse number 36.
Come on.
For before these days rose up Theudas, boasting himself to be somebody.
It says, in these days rose up Theudas, who boasted himself to be somebody. Now, folks, Theudas was an Israelite during the time of the apostles. Read it again.
For before these days rose up Theudas, boasting himself to be somebody, to whom a number of men, about 400, joined themselves.
400 joined themselves. He was able to rally up 400 of our people. Not after the disciples now. The disciples were preaching. These 400 men and Theudas knew the disciples. But because he was a great orator or showed some level of power and had knowledge, he was able to stir our people up. And what happened, Elder Lawyer?
Who was slain, and all as many as obeyed him.
Hold up. He ended up getting himself killed.
And all as many as obeyed him were scattered and brought to naught.
And those who followed that Israelite teacher, Theudas, was scattered, and his doctrine came to nothing. Now, hold up now. This guy was an Israelite. Now, his account historically can be found in the Josephus. Let me get it real quick. Antiquity of the Jews, book 20, chapter 5. Right? Let's get that real quick, Elder Lawyer. I have it marked here. Here it is. You can read it here. Right? So we're going to give you an account how you can have a leader with some truth stir some people up, but it will lead to their demise. And this is what I warned a long time ago about brothers trying to make political stands in the midst of Babylon, trying to show some military force, which is totally unintelligent. You follow the acts of Christ to be what? An apostle. Which means that would be one who would actually raise churches from one place to the next in the same spirit as the original apostles. But it tells you in Corinthians, and Paul says there will rise up false apostles who would rally people up against government. Oh, the white man this, the white man that, the white man this, the white man that. Let me tell you, Esau can use that for a benefit against you. He can use that as a tool to provoke you right into your own demise because you're easily triggered emotionally. And men shouldn't be that way. Men are not supposed to be triggered by every event. You got to see what moves they're making on the board. You have to understand the moves they're making. And say, well, no, Esau, the cunning hunter, is setting a trap. See? Now let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. This is Antiquities of the Jews, book 20, chapter number 5, paragraph 1.
We're going to read paragraph 1, and then we're going to go down into 2.
Yes,
read it.
Now it came to pass while Theudas was procurator of Judea.
He was procurator of Judea, high position.
That a certain magician whose name was Theudas.
Now it says a certain magician whose name was Theudas. Okay? And guess what? I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of magic and witchcraft and sorcery. A lot of it intertwined into Freemasonry. Witchcraft, sorcery, and all that is part of it. Soothsaying, all of that. Dealing with putting roots on people and witchcraft and sorcery and spells. All of that, folks, is actually a part of the Freemason religion. Read. Listen.
Now it came to pass while Theudas was procurator of Judea that a certain magician whose name was Theudas persuaded a great part of the people to take their effects with them and follow him to the river Jordan.
And follow him to the river Jordan. Read.
For he told them he was a prophet, and that he would by his own command divide the river, and afford them an easy passage over it. And many were deluded by his words.
And many were deluded by his words. Now, this guy was claiming that he was going to part the Red Sea like Moses. Christ said, many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. So if the disciples weren't doing this, what was going on with this fool? See? Read.
However, Thetis did not permit them to make any advantage of his wild attempt, but sent a troop of horsemen out against them, who falling upon them unexpectedly, slew many of them, and took many of them alive.
Come on.
They also took Theudas alive, and cut off his head.
They took Theudas alive and decapitated him. You can read this story in the Josephus for those who could have followed Christ, but chose their own path. Stirring all these people up to get killed, destroyed, incarcerated, and all that. And at the end of it, he's beheaded. Not for Christ's sake, for not following Christ's warnings concerning the dark day, the last days. See? Read.
They took also Theudas alive, and cut off his head,
Decapitated him.
and carried it to Jerusalem.
And carried it to Jerusalem. Now, this was an Israelite, folks. Read.
This is what befell the Jews in the time of Cuspius Fetus's government.
Come on. Oh, you at the second part now?
Yes, sir.
Read it.
Paragraph 2. Then came Tiberius Alexander, a successor to Thetis. He was the son of Alexander, the oligarch of Alexandria,
Come on.
which Alexander was a principal person amongst all his contemporaries, both for his family and wealth. He was also more eminent for his piety than his son Alexander, for he did not continue in the religion of his country. Under these procurators, the great famine happened in Judea.
What happened?
The great famine happened in Judea.
Under these procurators, the great famine happened in Jerusalem. A lack of food. Now, common sense will tell people during this time that after there was a rush on the supermarkets and that the farmers had to actually burn their food or let their food rot during the COVID-19. Common sense would have told people that they're not to go out and break all the places they have access to, knowing that you're in a famine. Because now Esau is going to direct those trucks with food into the markets and all those other areas that are still open.
Yep.
History is replete. Thank you, my brother. So right after they said it was a lack of food and all that, and rations under COVID, they did a provocation that would lead to us actually receiving less in our communities under a famine. History is replete, folks.
That's right.
So people might think, oh, these guys, they don't want to go against the white man because they scared. They cowards, this, that. Nah. Christ says, be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. You're only doing your people a disservice, guiding them out there. If you believe these Masonic events, you're going to fall to their sorcery. Here's a magician that led his people into total destruction. The same as the Freemasons are leading our people into destruction under the George Floyd psyop. Finish reading, Elder Lloyd.
Yes, sir. It says here, under these procurators, the great famine happened in Judea, in which Queen Helena brought corn in Egypt at a great expense and distributed it to those that were in want, as I've related already.
Come on.
And besides this, the sons of Judas of Galilee were now slain.
They were what?
Were now slain.
Were now slain. More of our people not taking heed, following these so-called leaders, were slain. Read.
I mean of that Judas who caused the people to revolt when Cyrenius came to take account.
Hold up. Now, what Judas is this? Elder Lawyer, hold that.
Mm-hmm.
Hold that.
Mhm.
And let's go back to the book of Acts. Hold your spot.
Yes, sir.
Because the apostles called these people out so that we wouldn't fall to the same mistakes in our time. That's why it's in the Acts. So when you get some Israelites trying to stir you up, or people that look like you trying to stir you up, you must weigh their intentions with Christ's words, with the disciples' words, and say, "No, dude, you go out there on your own. You're not stirring me up in this time of Jacob's trouble. You're not going to allow something to happen to where my children now are tagged under this psyop." They have everyone's phone because no one leave without their phones. Everyone that went out there during this COVID-19 was put in a database.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Was put in a database, listening to these satanic sorcerers guiding you out there through this fake event. And now they're going to say someone came up with corona. They're going to show you next to that person based on the tracking system. And when the second wave comes, guess what? It's coming for those who were out there.
Mm-hmm.
Finish reading. Come on.
Acts chapter 5, verse 37. After this man rose up Judas of Galilee in the days of the taxing.
In the days of the taxing, history here.
And drew away much people after him.
And drew away much people after him.
He also perished, and all, even as many as obeyed him, were dispersed.
Look at that. Another event where some false Israelite comes up to deceive our people into doing what? Going out there through provocations. If you don't make a move, they can't make a move. Or at least if they make a move, we'll see them coming united as one. See? It's a chess game. But in order for them to execute the next plan flawlessly, they must first have you got it, bite with the first event. They cannot do the next event until our people reacts.
Mm-hmm.
Now go back to Josephus. We're going into history here.
Yes, sir. This is
Read
back
it.
in Josephus, book 20, chapter 5, paragraph 2. I mean of that Judas who caused the people to revolt.
He told the people to do what?
I mean of that Judas who caused the people to revolt.
Who told the people to revolt against the government, against injustice. Trayvon Martin, all of those things were planned events, folks. And you had our people who didn't know any better. I'm speaking of those who claimed they knew the Bible. People who claimed they knew the Bible had our people out there in numbers trying to show force against Esau. Christ didn't tell us to do this. Neither did the disciples. But yet you're holding up the book as if it's your book, that you are actually walking and executing the wisdom within it, within the book. History is replete. Can I get upset? Can I get angry based on what's going on? Absolutely. But the Bible says be angry, but sin not. And understand, if the media is promoting something, 9 times out of 10 is not exactly what they are promoting.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
It's a trigger. This is how they're going to lure us out to destroy us. Read that last piece again, Elder Lawyer.
It says, I mean of that Judas who caused the people to revolt when Cyrenius came to take an account of the estates of the Jews.
So when he came to take a census of the Jews, people revolted against a census. Okay? That means he told people to take up arms and fight against Rome instead of agreeing with the census. Like, no, that's wrong. You can't do that. Finish reading.
As we have shown in a foregoing book, the names of those sons were James and Simon, whom Alexander commanded to be crucified. But now Herod, king of Chalcis, removed Joseph, the son of Commodus, from the high priesthood and made Ananias, the son of Nebuchadnezzar, his successor.
Now let's hold that. Hold that. And now let's go to book. Let's go to there's another one, right? Elder
That was the key one.
that was the key one, right?
The point, they just said he replaced, they elected their own person to put in the high priest.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. They end up electing their own people and putting them in over the priesthood. Exactly. So the whole thing is, folks, this is nothing new with Masons and others and even Israelites who are not following the Lord's word, who's not following the acts of the apostles. Even they may call themselves deacons, they may call themselves bishops, they may call themselves bishops, they may call themselves this or that, but you'll know by their actions in the time of trouble what God they actually serve. There's no Israelite in his right mind, folks, who claim to follow the Bible would be speaking about any level of revolution against white people.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. Vengeance is the Lord's. This is not our fight. This is the Most High's fight.
Mm-hmm.
This is Christ's fight. And when he returns, he brings back our fight with him. That's when we are commanded to move. But no servant moves without his master. Okay? And no soldier fight without his general. Our general is on the right hand of the Father. Okay? Now there's other things I want to bring in. I need y'all to hold tight. I'm going to open up the lines. And there's a few more scriptures I wanted to break down here to parallel what's going on here now with what happened during the time of the disciples. You had some brothers who told others that the temple would never be destroyed and stayed back with all the warning signs right there within Jerusalem and was utterly destroyed in Masada. Revolt first, famine next, and the wall to surround the people from getting out and not being able to travel last. Sounds familiar? So the Most High is going to make a way because we're in a test run right now. But be prepared when it's time. Be prepared when it's time. And whoever stayed back, when it's time to go, may the angels guide them through. And some will be guided by the angels. But we're looking to be on the first trip. Especially those within this church.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Hold tight. We're going to open up the lines in a moment. One moment.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions,
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're live on Blog Talk. We're live on Blog Talk, 515-605-9327. We're talking about, you got it, the George Floyd PSYOP, the event that's being played out in full time against God's people to draw us out and utterly destroy a multitude. Okay? Again, deception in the last days. Elder Lawyer, let's go back to Matthew 24 real quick.
Yes, sir.
515-605-9327 if you want to get in. Matthew 10:16 first.
St. Matthew chapter 10, verse number 16.
Let's read it.
Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves.
These are those who believe in Christ. I send you first as sheep among wolves. Read.
Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves. A true leader who believes in this Bible would have never had their people out there during this time. Christ wouldn't have done it. Christ wouldn't have done it. First of all, he would have been able to look into these things to see that it's a Masonic event. See, and that's why Christ made it clear to his followers. Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, and what is God's to the Most High. Because if you're following me, you have nothing of this world or in this world. So therefore, you're not looking for equality. You're looking for full power under my kingdom. Mm-hmm. So why march out there to receive equality through Caesar, an equality that can never be achieved for our people under the current system? Mm-hmm. So he says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. If you believe in the system, go out there and see what happens. Mm-hmm. Or do you believe in the kingdom to come? That's why a lot of people are marching and doing all that to try to get what's left of the crumbs of Babylon, because they don't believe there's a kingdom prophesied in the future for our people. So they're doing everything to fight for this one, to uphold this one. Read it again, Elder Lloyd.
St. Matthew chapter 10, verse number 16.
Yes.
Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
Be ye therefore wise as serpents, harmless as doves. When I seen that memorial yesterday, I seen something entirely different, folks, than any of you. Not being moved by the procession and the speakers and the organ. I looked in the room to see how many people took the bag. I was able to scan through the room and say, okay, I didn't know this guy was a part of the fraternity. I didn't know this girl was a part of the fraternity. See, I was able to scan it and look at it entirely different. Okay, these are the same people out there saying we need to tear things down until the government realizes that we're fired up and can't take it no more. No justice, no peace. We needed the same guy said you're gonna always continue to see some rebellion if you keep killing our people. You notice that? Same people was in that room because they're playing chess, folks. They're on the chessboard. They're on the chessboard to provoke you out from your homes after already being frustrated with this fake pandemic, to only now do what? Begin to tear things up. You're being led into a trap. And that's why I looked at everything different than most people. I'm looking at that and okay, this guy, he's part of he's on the take, she's on the take, he's on the take. Because don't tell me you care about black lives. Don't lie to me and claim you so-called black leaders would fight and die to save black lives? Who do you think you're tricking here? When we allow millions of our babies to die before they get an opportunity to breathe air with abortion clinics. Not one rock went through an abortion clinic.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
The family courts have totally tore our communities apart. Totally decimated our communities. Especially with the brothers. You would think that, okay, here's a chance to get rid of some of these places we made into grand palaces. You see how grand family courts look now with your money? Don't tell me you care about black lives, brothers and sisters. When we see a brother or sister shot and killed by their own people regularly and no street is named after them. They leave without any fanfare like George Floyd. There's no street named after them. Don't come with that crap. They understand how you're easily triggered through their sorcery. Black lives only matter when you're triggered by the evildoers, by the sorcerers. That's when it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Finish reading, Elder Lloyd.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 10, verse number 17. Beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils.
They will deliver you up to the councils.
And they will scourge you in their synagogues.
And they will scourge you in their synagogues. A lot of people don't know, folks, that this is a Zionist rolled out propaganda program. And they've paid our so-called leaders in the communities to execute it. Reverend Al Sharpton and all these others, they've been paid with the COVID dollars to deceive our people. Yesterday was a horse and pony show led by Masons, Freemason, Prince Hall Freemasons who are controlled by those who are in the synagogues. Christ pointed them out. They let all of our children and all that out there in these communities and all that out there to tear things up, only to be marked for a time to be continued in the near future.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Even Sharpton, he was mentioning in this, I noticed that even in his speech, he was still drumming up the COVID-19 thing. These people came up. They risked their health. They left their homes in order to protest the injustice. So even in that, he's letting it be known that you came out. You risked your health.
You risked your health to come out.
Exactly.
And
you're going to pay for it.
And Reverend Al Sharpton, I'm glad you brought that out, Elder Lawyer. He's reading from a script, folks.
Mm.
That was a well-rehearsed memorial.
Mm-hmm.
The whole program is a Hollywood script.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what black activists get a prime time television news network spot? Even though they yanked it from him and he got that under that one of the agreements of him getting Obama voted in. But can you imagine Malcolm X with his own primetime spot on Zionist TV? Wake up, folks. Read that again, Elder Lawyer. No, I didn't watch that nonsense either. You had a white guy in a mask sitting there in front of a gold casket crying. I'm like, are you kidding me? Who's buying this garbage? And yes, some people might think I'm insensitive. I'm not insensitive. I'm more sensitive to the death that's going on every day that's ignored through mainstream media.
That's right.
If blacks cared about black lives, folks, and would march and tear things down every time a black young man died before his time, we would have been out of here if you cared that much about your own people. Mm-hmm. How many times we seen a brother shoot his own brother and now we cover it up?
Mm-hmm.
Snitches get stitches.
Mm-hmm.
How many times we seen a drug dealer? There's a drug dealer right now who rioted, is on a corner selling one of our children cocaine right now. Or crack right now. So don't tell me you care about black lives. I'm insensitive to what the media isn't promoting through their televisions. The everyday struggle of our people that no one really care about, especially Democrats. When I say especially Democrats, I can't say Republicans because we don't vote Republican. Okay, especially Democrats that have been the party that have always destroyed black people. So I am insensitive, but I understand when someone's running game on our people. And this George Floyd event is a game. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Matthew 10:16. But behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves.
Read.
Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
Wise as serpents and harmless as doves. There's no way I would go out there being provoked through media, CNN and all the others, incinerating, throwing gas on the fire. And I'm walking down the street and conveniently a whole stack of bricks are stacked up as if a whole truck came there the night before and loaded the bricks there so that we can conveniently throw them at businesses to break windows. Come and find out it was cops out there provoking things, blowing up ATM machines and all that. You had white people leaving where they live to come over and to destroy because they feel y'all ain't destroying quick enough. Knowing that at the end of the day, folks, they may leave a lot of those stores empty for perpetuity. Some of these stores will never come back. Right. And guess what? You're not going to be able to go across to where the white man live and shop. Right. Because you are walking COVID-19.
Exactly.
See? This was all planned out strategically so that now they can progress the troubles of Jacob speedily. But like, hold up, the stores are closed down anyway. We're not really making money from them. Oh, the insurance, we can just let's stage a situation so that black people can just tear the rest of it up themselves. And then in the midst of that, we can bring the military to police them and make sure that they don't go outside their communities because we've tracked them through their COVID tracking system. And now because they were in those crowds, now we're going to be able to use a web to see what families they're related to and make what you would call an invisible net around the whole ghetto in every major city. So there's a probability that you were connected to someone who rioted, who had COVID-19. So therefore, you will not be able to go into the suburbs to get your food. You shouldn't have tore up your own stores. That's what they're going to tell you. See, you should have did this. It ain't our fault. We can't send trucks in there. We don't want our employees getting COVID. They've already tested negative. So we can't even go into your neighborhood to give you the rations and what you need to eat. See? Show you how, and guess what? It's our people pulling the trigger. Our people. I seen what's his name? The guy from Hidden Colors.
Tariq Nasheed.
I seen Tariq Nasheed out there saying, go out there and burn things down. Let's turn it up. I seen the other guy. What's the other guy? And I believe that this brother is a political genius. The guy from the Black Authority, Professor Black Truth, or whoever he is, one of those guys. I seen them say, burn it down. And I went back and I started looking at this and saying, you know what? This is deep. Either they're ignorant or they're a part of it. It could be they're ignorant because why? They don't believe in the Bible.
That's right.
So you'll get caught up too in your ignorance. And now there's some silence concerning this because they didn't calculate with all their blackness the moves Esau would make next, do next. They was looking at, yeah, you black people go tear it down. Let's turn it up. No justice, no peace. And now Esau is all through there with black mass and all that, throwing rocks, burning stuff up, turning it up. saying y'all ain't doing it fast enough. Let's lock arms so that we can help you tear down the places where your family will not be able to shop going forward. No more new shoes for you. No more new this for you. No more new that for you. And we're going to use COVID-19 to make sure it stay that way. This is, I'm going to tell you, folks. I'm going to tell you, I seen years ago in the Trayvon Martin where you had Israelites marching in the middle of the street, simple as a day's old. And I'm like, this is prophecy right here. I know these guys must know the history of when some of the simple Israelites did this during the time of the apostles and what happened to them. They're not following the apostles, folks. They're triggered by white people. It's that simple. They're easily triggered under the politics of America when they should be teaching and following the Bible. They so caught up into what the white man did. My God made the white man. What about that? He made the white man. And now I understand why he made the white man. Hold that, elder lawyer. Get Romans 9. This is how you're wise as serpents, harmless as doves. You don't get triggered by the vessels that's fitted for destruction. Okay? You don't get triggered by them. You're playing into their hands. This is their board. And you notice, even though there's other races out there, you know, the chessboard, the original chessboard was what? Black and white. Jacob and Esau is the real race to power. Listen to this here. This is why I'm not triggered by the other nations. What I do is I follow Christ and navigate according to his prophecies concerning the signs of the end. Let's read it.
Romans 9:17. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose have I raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee.
How do we know this is Esau? Let's go down to Jacob and Esau. Let's read it. The 11th verse.
Romans 9 and verse number 11.
Read it.
For the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or
For
evil.
the children not being born, neither done any good or evil.
That the purpose of God according to election might stand.
That the purpose of God according to election might stand. So the Most High knew what we would do, the black man. He knew what Esau would do. You're getting all triggered up over every event, not realizing that what's unfolding is the purpose of God according to election. Every time Jacob goes off, even when Solomon went off, he stirred up the Edomite, the king Edomite Hadad, to fight against his chosen. Through disobedience, he regulated Jacob. With who? Esau. He promised Jacob that we would rule over Esau and all the other nations if we continued under his law. But if we disobey, guess what happens? He stir up our twin brother against us. So instead of us looking at the injustice of what's going on, every time something happens to us by the hands of Esau, we have to understand how the Most High feel about our disobedience against him, so that he can fight in our turn. None of us is looking at these injustices and using them for our benefit by saying, well, hold up. The only time the Most High attacks us with Esau is when we disobey him. Let's come under him, and through his power, we'll overcome Esau. See? No, you're triggered by Esau. You don't know the Bible. Read it.
Not of works, but of him that calleth. It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger.
It was said to our mother Rebecca that the elder would serve the younger. Read.
13. As it is written.
As it is written.
Jacob have I loved.
Jacob have I loved. He gave his laws, statutes, and commandments to our forefathers, Jacob. Read.
But Esau have I hated.
He says, Esau have I hated, because what? For one morsel of meat, he sold his birthright. He didn't have the faith of the faithful, of the fathers. And instead of him repenting like Cain should have repented, after losing the blessing and the birthright, Edom turned to Lucifer. He turned to Satan in Mount Seir and went and aligned himself with the Canaanites. And that began the fight against his brother Jacob. Okay? You want to know who the God of Mount Seir is? Yahweh, Jovi, Zeus. And he's fighting against, he think he can win against our God, Ahia. That's the God of the Shashu. The Shashu are Edomites. So when it says hate, it's really predicated off of Esau's actions. But through Christ, the Most High would bring a remnant out of Edom for his name to fulfill that prophecy given to our mother, that the elder shall serve the younger. Read.
Verse number 14. What shall we say then?
What shall we say then?
Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid.
So is God wrong that he made one to love that he would give his commandments to, and the other to fight against Jacob? God forbid. He's not wrong. He's not wrong, because why? Even mankind have the propensity to choose a favorite. Are we greater than God? I have many shoes, but this is one pair of shoes I have. Let me tell you, I feel good every time I put those pair of shoes on. And the blue shoes can't jump up and say, "Hey, what's up with those brown shoes you keep putting on?" I have certain shirts I like. Mm-hmm. They're my shirts. I can choose what shirt to put on today. So man is replying against God because God has a favorite. When are you greater than God? When you can choose and God can't? Huh? You can choose and God can't? Or what type of God is that? That isn't equal. No, he is equal. He's righteous. Your ways aren't equal. Your ways aren't right. How are you going to give you an emotion greater than his? Mm-hmm. Yes, he chose us. But when will we choose him is the question. We so focused on the white man, we don't realize that there's greater power in not reacting to him. And actually, we do more reacting to what the white man is doing than reacting to what God is saying. Then you get caught up in this race war in the earth and get provoked into your children getting destroyed. Read.
Verse number 15. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion.
Come on.
Verse 16. So then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of the Most High that showeth mercy.
Go ahead.
For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh.
Now we understand why Esau, our brother, was raised to rule this world in the end days. He's modern day Pharaoh. Don't think he isn't. On the dollar bill, they have the pyramid there for a reason. Okay. The New World Order is to consolidate the 12 tribes under the thumb or the rule of Egypt, like of America or Europe, like we were under Egypt when all 12 brothers were together. It's to unite the one world order over God's chosen people. If we control these people, we control the earth. That's the one world order. They're not out just to take all the continents and rule all the continents as one and under one order. They're only going throughout the earth because we're scattered throughout the earth. folks. And if they can control all of Israel throughout the four corners of the earth through conquest and colonization, they'll be able to do what? Consolidate that power that the Most High have through us to build their empire and to build their tower into the heaven and get their God, Satan, into the heaven. That's the plans.
Mm-hmm.
But our God has another plan, and that's why he sent his son Christ. That's why he have a remnant in this earth that will not bow to Baal. A physical remnant of the children of Israel who has awakened. For this same reason has he did what? He raised Pharaoh. And guess who's teaching this right now? In Romans 9, Paul, an apostle. So don't tell me they weren't breaking down race and how to deal with race and the purposes of each race on earth. Why the Most High raised Esau, made him so powerful with ingenuity, technology, and a great army. Folks, and guess what? We're going to go into this. In the academy, the second week, we're going to show you, folks, even before the flood, there was a nuclear war. There was a nuclear war in the earth before a flood, and we're going to prove it. Same thing that's happening now, like Christ says, as in the days of Noah, then shall the coming of the Son of Man be. Everything you're seeing happened already before the flood, and we're going to prove it. Read it. Come on.
Verse 17. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for the same purpose have I raised thee up.
Even for this purpose, read.
Have I raised thee up.
Have I raised thee up.
That I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth.
So he raised the white man up, gave him the power, in which no nation on earth could match him militarily and otherwise. So that our God can show his power at the very end, and the whole world will know at the end of this, once Esau fall, that our God, Ahiah, was the God. He's raising Esau up. And it tells you the book of Obadiah that the pride of his heart have deceived him. He believed that he can win, that he'll win this war over us. Why? Because he have our people so easily deceived and tricked. But there's a remnant who isn't going for it. See? We're going to always bring levity to what's going on in this earth through this word. We're going to always show you that history is replete, and that Esau cannot make certain moves without Jacob making moves first. Mm-hmm. It's called provocation. It's a war tactic. For that reason, he raised up Esau. Read.
That I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth.
That his name will be declared, because why? Esau have hidden his name. Because his name is dreadful amongst the heathen. Ahiah is the name of God. And for years, Esau has been hiding it. But when this is over, then all of you will know the true God. Because the God of this world will be cast down forever and bound. And bound, folks. That's what I'm going into this coming Sunday. Tomorrow we're going into, you got it, the judgment of the gods. Yahweh, or the tetragrammaton God, has always been Satan. His name is not declared throughout the earth. If his name was Yahweh, then the whole earth would know his name. They've concealed his name. His name is Ahiah. Read it, Elder Lawyer.
Verse 18. Therefore hath he mercy on whom he will have mercy.
So our God will have mercy on whom he will have mercy. Read.
And whom he, it says, and whom he will, he hardeneth.
And whom he will, he hardeneth. Because Esau at any time can come to the knowledge. He can actually admit the truth if he wanted to. And say, well, for years, we've oppressed God's people. The same way these people were oppressed in Egypt, they were oppressed in America because they are the people. At any time, Esau, with his same television, can tell that truth. The same way he was able to use his television for sorcery and spread lies with the coronavirus and COVID-19 and to spread his web to make everyone put on masks. He had that same power to tell everyone at once that they have the children of Israel in captivity.
Mm-hmm.
But every time he come near to do it, his heart hardens and he gets even more angry against us. He'll get some level of passion and sympathy. And then Esau will wake up and say, I can't do this for them. They'll come together and say, you know what? They are the children of Israel. And the Egyptians, in payment for them making Egypt great through Joseph's dreams and revelations on how to store food, Egypt became rich through them Shemites, through Israel. That's why the Most High God gave them reparations and gave them resources to build their own land. Instead of them coming out and saying, you know what? Let's give the children of slaves who built this country reparations. They're hard. No. They'll talk about it at first, but then their hearts will harden and they'll say, you know what? Let's take away their jobs. We can't do this. You hear sympathy on one side and they'll say, you know what? COVID-19. Let them build our cities without straw. Put more bonds on them. If they don't want to hear what we have to say, kill a number of them under COVID-19. Kill them. Provoke them. Take away their jobs. So they'll get what they call a come to Jesus moment. Sometimes when they see the suffering of our people, and then they just become hard as flint. They'll begin to tighten up again and say, hell with that. If we give them anything, they'll realize who they are, and their God will begin to fight against us. Have them build our cities with brick, no straw. COVID-19. And see, the Most High want Esau to harden his heart and to become more stringent against our people so that when he come back, he'll execute all the fury and sorrow that came with the deaths throughout all generations. The blood that's on the hands of Satan, folks, on the hands of Esau, folks, guess what? That blood still cry out into the heavens. And I'm not talking about no Trayvon Martin and George Floyd. I'm talking about the brothers that have been hung by these nations. Those that have been crucified during the Roman Empire's time. Those who were thrown to the sharks in the waters on these passages to build their empires. It's a lot of blood on Esau's hands. And God is coming back with all that vengeance. He's sending Christ with that vengeance. See, and this is why you'll never see me on the streets marching and all that, leading our people to the slaughter. It's utterly ridiculous. Vengeance is the Lord's. It's not ours. You have something, Mother Lawyer?
No, sir.
One more thing and then we'll open up the lines. Let's go to Luke 21 and 20. Matthew 24 and 15. Luke 21 and 20.
St. Matthew chapter 24, verse number 15.
Read.
When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet.
When you shall see the abomination of desolation spoken by Daniel the prophet. Now, for those who don't understand history, listen to this. The desolation of abomination happened through Nero. First, Nero, Caesar, burnt 7 cities of Rome, 7 blocks in different cities of Rome, and blamed it on Israelites, on Jews. Sounds familiar? Minnesota, Chicago, Philadelphia, New York, California. That's how it happened. Other cities, even the smaller cities. Nero burned 7 different, the government did this through his armies. They had what you would call unmarked army. They wasn't wearing the red togas and all that. They came in regular togas and they began to burn stuff and blame it on us in Jerusalem. And then later, subsequent to that, Vespasian and Titus, it tells us in the Josephus, had a plan to build a wall. To build a wall around our city so that there'll be no escape. Sounds familiar? Like I told you, y'all thought Trump was building the wall to keep immigrants out. No, to keep the people in. History is replete. Finish reading.
When ye therefore shall see...
Chapter and verse. They ask you what scripture, Elder Lloyd. What is that?
Say Matthew chapter 24, verse 15.
Read.
When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place.
Stand in the holy place. So that first holy place is, let me submerge myself with the word of God. Where's the direction is? Where's that direction? Where is it? Let me get some levity and understanding to this time called Jacob's trouble, or the desolation of abomination. So when I see cities being burned, I understand at the end of it, our people die in number. So why would I be out there busting windows and setting things on fire, or go out there and become a cover for Esau to do it when they did it before? And at the end of it, millions of our people died in 70 AD, leading to the dispersion of our people serving Esau throughout the 4 corners of the earth. A lot of you didn't even know that Christ prophesied this. So you think the disciples would be out there burning things up? No. You think he would be out there in number going against what? No justice, no peace, Caesar. No justice, no peace. We need equality. No. Because he understands how Esau is going to use this against the ignorant. Read.
When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel stand in the holy place.
Stand in the holy place.
Whoso readeth, let him understand.
Whoso readeth, let him understand. Now, this is on one level. Staying in the Bible and praying. But there's another level to this holy place. And I'm going to be going into that in the academy. The portals of the earth. They're all connected, and it leads to places like the wilderness. But I'll be going into that in the academy. Okay? There's portals all over the earth where the angels travel. I'll be going into that because that's a whole long lesson in itself. I'll be going into that in the academy where we can have school, discuss it. There's Hebrew I have to go through. We have to go and give you the Hebrew word, break it down and all those things. And this class don't allow that. Okay? This is just to bring the message on the Sabbath. But standing in the holy place is actually getting someplace. Okay? Read.
Verse 16. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains.
Flee into where?
Flee into the mountains.
Flee into the mountains. Read. Now those who took heed understood what to do. These are they who follow, you got it, the doctrine of the apostles. Those who didn't died in number, families were separated, and their children were put into captivity by the Romans. Read.
Verse number 17. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house.
Now let's go to Luke 21 and 20.
St. Luke chapter 21, verse 20. And when ye shall see, I'll start in verse 19. In your patience possess ye your souls.
And patient possess thy souls. Let's get it right here, which says, when it goes directly to compass with armies.
Yes, sir. Verse 20. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies.
When you start to see military as often as police, read.
Then know that the desolation thereof is nigh.
Know that the destruction is coming. That's a sign. See, you don't get caught up into what the media is telling you it is. You get caught up into what God or Christ told the disciples it was. When you start seeing the military as often as police in our time, read.
Then let them which are in Judea, where it says, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh.
Read.
Verse 20. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains.
Flee to the mountains. That means it's time. It will be time to go. Now let's see what happened to those who didn't listen through the desolation. Read.
It says, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto.
Come on.
For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled.
Come on.
But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that
woe to them that are with child and give suck in that day. Because first of all, we know how the government works. Before your child get an opportunity to breathe, Satan's sorcerers and mad scientists seek to separate you from your child or poison your child from birth. Vaccines. And they're going to try to make you seem like an unfit parent by, if you don't brain kill your child through vaccines or give them blood disease and cancer through vaccines, they'll say that you're a bad parent and use that to take your children. See? Because since you've awakened, they need a new generation of slaves. So they'll get rid of you and train your children to be obedient servants. Woe to them that give suck in that day. Having babies is a tough time. Listen, this is a deep time to have children. Not to say that you won't make it through it, but I'll tell you what, you're going to have a harder time than those who are without children, especially a newborn. Read it.
For there shall be great distress in the land and wrath upon this people.
Now, is there great distress in the land right now? Is there wrath amongst our people right now? Christ wasn't just talking about 70 AD. He was talking about every generation that would lead up to the consummation, the coming of our Lord and Savior. There will be 35 jubilees between the time of Christ's birth and his coming. But no man know the day or hour. See? Why? Because it tells you Matthew 24 and 22 that if Christ came back at the time that was prophesied, no flesh would be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So he's going to come back before that. But not before we see army everywhere. And all these scriptures are fulfilled. Where they strike Iran, a nuclear retaliation where America is broken up in 3 parts. Revelation 16 and 19. And at that time, when America is broken altogether through the war, all power goes back to Europe, where they will rule the 10 horns. Europe will rule 1 hour with the beast. Those who have an ear to hear and eyes that can see will already be in certain locales before some of those prophecies unfold, if it be the Most High's will. But these events will happen according to the Almighty. Read.
Verse 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword.
Speaking of our people, that happened in 70 AD through war. The sword today is the modern day what? Gun. So look for them now to move the narrative from COVID to rioting now that the media has calmed that down, and focus on assault rifles and guns. For what? You got it. You got it. They're going to take the guns. A full disarmament of America, where the right-wing white people, guess what, folks? Check it out. They're not afraid of the guns being taken from them, because the guns aren't going to be taken from them like that. Mm-hmm. They're going to go through the cities and say Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and other groups now were recognized within the riots now, and they're in the inner cities. We must first go to the inner cities and disarm blacks. Keep in mind, the only reason they didn't want to give the children of slaves constitutional rights is because they didn't want blacks upset with slavery with the right to carry guns.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay, do your history.
Mm-hmm.
This is why they created that what's the name of that group that they have for rifles and guns and
NRA.
They created the NRA for that same reason. They didn't want us to have rights in fear of what we would do with guns.
Mm-hmm.
So don't think they're going to go through in Texas and take it from the good old boys. No, it's not going to happen like that, because they've already aligned the white groups and the white people against blacks in fear of a race war. So they already have them aligned against us as part of their army.
Right.
I'm breaking it down. Why? Because we've read the history. Folks, what we're teaching right now is no different than what we taught 10, 11 years ago from the videos they took down, because they didn't want anyone with information or showing insight of what their plans were. So they took our videos down, and we were just breaking down the Bible just like this, paralleling that with history. And they took the videos down. Erased the channels. So you best believe the Most High showed us this. Esau has his moves, but God has his moves. See? So if we follow Christ and understand the moves according to Christ, he will guide us in this time. Mm-hmm. But the key thing now is not to react to Esau's provocations. That's what he meant. If you're slapped on the cheek, turn the other cheek. You're not reacting. It's not just a physical altercation here. You're not making moves based on their provocation. If they come with a George Floyd or a Trayvon Martin or whatever they come up with, be like, well, I'm glad they're concerned. But now let's talk about the many black Trayvon Martins and George Floyds that are killed every day by our people and others, but yet there's no memorial. There's no fanfare. There's not even a report on the news about it. So I'll start caring when they really begin to care. Okay? I'm keeping my eye on these properties, because while you're looking at some black and white spat, biblical prophecy is unfolding, and they're building an army right up under your nose to destroy us in these cities. Finish reading, Elder Lloyd.
And they shall be led away captive into all nations.
And that led to slavery, folks. Christ says after the Romans do this, we will be led away captive into all nations. We were scattered after this. Christ prophesied this, our captivity under the white man. Read.
And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles.
Of the Gentiles, to prove to you that there's no Israelite government in Israel right now. It shall be trodden down by the Gentiles, the Rome,
until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
Until Christ returns. We're still under the times of the Gentiles, which means there was no restoration of Israel in the Middle East. Those are Gentiles. We're still under the time of the Gentiles until the Messiah returns. See? We're the people. We're the temple. And it's through Christ the temple will soon be restored. But to fight, to stand, to march, to revolt against a system that's fallen anyway, those acts, brothers and sisters, are futile. Right?
Sir.
Elder Lawyer,
Sir.
before we go to the calls, because we got about 5 minutes before we go to the calls, let me just read a few things of what happened in Masada, 70 AD, for those who didn't take heed to Christ's prophecy. Now, if you don't believe in Christ or don't believe in his Bible, so what? That's on you. I would rather know than not to know. Okay? Christ told us what would happen, and it happened. The Bible gave us this. The Bible, it was written for our learning. The Bible tells us there's nothing, there's no new thing under the sun. That which has been shall be. So I'm going to use this as a tool to help us through this. That's what God has the Bible here for the children of Israel and for this earth today. This is what the Bible is here for, to instruct us through destruction. And guess what? We're going to come out like pure light on the other side. Don't ever believe what you see on TV. They call it programs for a reason. Let's go to the War of the Jews, 6, 5, and 1. Read that.
Jeremiah starting 5 and 12.
5 and 12. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Wars of the Jews, book 5, chapter 12, paragraph 1. And now did Titus consult with his commanders what was to be done. Those that were of the warmest tempers thought he should bring the whole army against the city and storm the wall. For that hitherto no more than a part of their army had fought with the Jews, but that in case the entire army was to come at once, they would not be able to sustain their attacks, but would be overwhelmed by their darts.
Oh yeah, another thing y'all need to know. You know that wall, the Wailing Wall, that you see Jewish and Arabs worshiping at that wall in the Middle East right now that they claim is the remnant of the wall of Masada? That's not Masada at all. That particular wall was an actual wall left from the Roman temple, who made the Roman garrison, where Vespasian and Titus and others made a Roman garrison for the Roman armies against us. So you see them putting them little papers and little witchcraft, putting it in the wall. That's not Masada. That was a military fort by the Roman Empire that was built against us during the time of 70 AD. Just to give you some insight on just exposing some more of their lies. Okay? Finish reading, Elder Lord.
And it's mentioning here that you had some within Titus's military that wanted to attack all at once.
Yes.
And go against the city.
Yes.
But and then you had others who were more wise and said, no, we can't do it at once, or else the Jews will overcome us.
Exactly. And I'm glad you highlighted that, folks, because these are military discussions against our people. They all say, well, listen, one general was like, well, hold up, why don't we just attack them? Because they really want to really just come and kill us off. But others say they're too strong. If we strike them all at once, they will unite against us and win. They're too strong of a people. So what we can't do is unite them all together against us, because we may need some of them to help destroy their own people. See? So now they're strategically coming up with how to attack us in 70 AD. See, and this is why they don't just come in and fight us in these cities, because they know you're standing up against a standing army, folks. And Esau is a cunning hunter, and he's, believe it or not, folks, he's heightened. Seriously. People look at the Chinese, the art of war and all that. Let me tell you. Esau in warfare make the greatest Chinese warrior look like little Bo Peep, folks. Esau is known as a cunning hunter. And part of his hunting prowess or his power is to make everyone believe he's weak. That's part of his power. So Esau is looking back and saying, well, okay. Understanding warfare. We can't align these people all together against us because they're too strong. And they have guns too. And if you have a people that care so less for their own that they would kill their own, what happens if they align themselves against a common enemy? Because we don't even have the heart to do that. Okay? And this is how Esau is looking at it as a strategic hunter. He's shooting targets to practice for what's to go on. In the hood, our targets are actual people. They don't have that type of training. There's a demographic of our people that are just straight killers. You don't understand it, but Esau is measuring and looking at it all. They're paying to do target practice. Target practice happen every day in the hood with real live rounds, with real live people. And that's what Esau's looking at. Okay? It's not good that we are doing these things, but Esau is saying if they can do this to their own people, what happens if we unite them against us in war? See? So he says, listen, we can't physically engage them because that'll unite even the zealots and the brutish. And right now they're working against each other. The drug dealers and the Crips, Bloods, they're all working under our divide and conquer apparatus. If we were to attack them, then for self-preservation, they would have no recourse but to join together. Can't fight them that way. Let's do COVID-19, say it's a disease, and start killing off the elderly of their family, which will weaken them. Let's kill off those who are compromised immunity, and that would weaken them. Let's get them a little bit at a time through our psychological warfare. And then we will make a pretext to engage them physically. George Floyd. See how it works? Come on, other way.
It says, but of those that were for a more cautious management, some were for raising their banks again, and others advised to let the banks alone, but to lie still before the city, to guard against the coming out of the Jews, and against their carrying provisions into the city, and so to lead the enemy to the famine, and this without direct fighting with them.
So let's not directly fight against the children of Israel. And folks, this is history. This is pre-African history. This was before we became the great kings in West Africa and all that. We were in Jerusalem first. They said, let's build a wall around them. So to stop their food and rations from getting in. Starve them out, and through that, we'll be fighting a weaker population of blacks. See? So now what they do, COVID-19, they made it where through now, all of the resources that normally go into stores are less now. Look at your shelves. They're not stacked to the hilt. Look at them. Used to have shelves packed. Now you can see a little bit of here, a little bit there, a little bit here. They've already started the famine. Right. And then on top of that, they would put a wall to stop food from getting in. Well, through George Floyd, any food and other things that was left, the corporations would fear bringing their rations in to lose them only to looters. Let's starve them out first. COVID-19 all over the earth. Let's starve Israel out like we did in 70 AD. Make them weak, and through that, they'll become agitated. At first, they're going to fight against us. But one thing I know about these people, when the rations begin to dry up, they'll begin to fight against each other. Let them do the work for us. Let's slowly pull the resources and finances and stuff out of the cities. Let's give them what you would call monetary instability. To not have them know what's going to happen in the future concerning them being able to take care of their children. Let's cut back these jobs. Let's give them a little money to keep them afloat. But let's cut back their jobs, because long term, the jobs will not return and they will begin to panic. Okay? And when they begin to panic, we're fine. We're in our own cities. We have our own little areas in the suburbs. We have our own fresh grocers and Trader Joe's and this, that, and the other that blacks know not to come to. They'll begin to kill each other. After that, we'll bring in the National Guard and say enough is enough in Chicago. It's enough black on black crime. Now we must confiscate the guns from you blacks. And after we've taken a certain number of guns on the streets, and we know exactly how many there are because we've given them to you, 70 AD. Then the troops, the foreign troops come in and take the cities and destroy the people, and it will be Masada all over the earth at once. That's the plan. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
I'm going to jump over to paragraph 3. It says,
Come on.
So all hope of escaping was now cut off from the Jews.
All what?
So all hope of escaping was now cut off from the Jews.
All hopes of escaping was now cut off from the Jews. We couldn't escape now. No traveling. Can't get from city to city. Now they're going to use COVID for that.
Mm-hmm.
The same outcome. Same outcome. Same plan. Different script. Same plan. Different script. And Christ told us this will happen. Read on, Elder Lawyer.
So all hope of escaping was now cut off from the Jews, together with their liberty of going out of the city.
With their liberty of going out of the city. You notice when the COVID thing happened on the highways, they wasn't allowing those from Louisiana to come into Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Huh? White people didn't have to worry about that. So watch out for their loose terms when they say, well, there's certain areas that's affected more than other areas. That's their code for black people.
Mm-hmm.
Watch their verbiage when they say stuff like, well, this is disproportionately affecting the minorities. And guess what? And that word is disrespecting itself. Because you know you're talking about black people. But you're saying minorities so that if any money come to help those black people, it can be split amongst all of the minority groups. Chinese people, gays, white gays, white women who's gay.
Mm-hmm.
A white woman is a minority, and a white gay woman is a double minority. So they will use it loosely to say, well, this disproportionately is affecting the minorities, so that now really is black people suffering. So the money goes to the minorities, which is the black people, but then all the others cut up the pie before it gets to us. So I don't know why we allow them to stigmatize us as minority, which is another code for war. So you don't know exactly who they're attacking, who they're talking about. Mm-hmm. No. If you're saying that if this disproportionately is affecting blacks, say black people. Mm-hmm. But they have to say minority. Because under the legalese, here it is, $1 go to that minority and only 2 cents come to blacks. See that? There's nothing new under the sun. We're in the days we're in the days of Noah. We're in the days of 70 AD. It's all happening all at once. And guess what? Right after this die down, they're going to replace this with something else.
Yep.
There will be no rest.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a woman in travail. The closer she comes to bringing forth the child, more birth pains occur. So there will be no rest. We went straight from COVID to riots. As soon as this begin to die down, they're going to have something else.
Mm-hmm.
Hell with Black Lives Matter, hell with Antifa, hell with any of these groups you're seeing on TV, because they are aligned with Rome against us. These are provocateur groups. Freemason ran, Prince Hall ran to actually get us into their theater, their stage of destruction. Anything else, Elder Lawyer, before we open up the calls?
Yes, sir. Let's read a little bit more.
Come on.
It says, then did the famine widen its progress and devoured the people by whole houses and families. The upper rooms were full of women and children that were dying by famine.
The children began to die by famine, women and children. When Rome systematically built a wall, and through that, food cannot come in or out of the cities. Women begin to starve. Children begin to starve.
Mm-hmm.
See? That's what's about to happen, folks.
Mm-hmm.
It's about to happen. Read.
And the lanes of the city were full of dead bodies of the aged.
The dead body of the who?
Of the aged.
COVID-19 disproportionately affected elderly people. Where now we're looking at the aged, the elderly, those of wisdom to bestow on the next generation, dead.
Mm-hmm.
Christ says, I send you out as sheep among wolves. Be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. So what must we do not to fall to their deception? First of all, you have to know the players on the board, the enemies. I've given examples today. Fraternities that are used by Rome against God's people. Religions that are used in this earth against God's people, and they're provocateurs. I've also gave you an example during the time of Acts of Israelites who weren't following Christ's ministry, who led many of our brothers and sisters to their own demise or death, not understanding the times. Focusing on the white man instead of what the Lord is saying. Rallying up people, stirring up people against white people. Christ wasn't about that. The Most High set up Esau due to our disobedience. We're not to fight Esau. I have something for you. Let's get a poor and Edomite. 23:7 real quick. Let's get it.
Mm-hmm.
I have something better than hate. We are to love our enemies. How do you diffuse hate? Love. Because a lot of these Edomites out there that are being used, they don't understand the judgment coming for them. So it's upon us to actually show some level of empathy and sympathy towards them. They don't realize that they're being, let me tell you, they're being drugged, they're being lured in to their own demise. How do you defeat hatred? Love. I'm going to give you listen, I understand what's going on. So I'm not going to minimize my spirit, minimize my position on this earth to be triggered by you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to lower my standard. Okay? I'm not going to lower my standard. Any white person running around with a grudge on them against another race is weak. I'm not going to minimize myself to their weakness. We're higher than that. We're greater than that. See? And we understand the end game. Mm-hmm. So why should I feel a certain type of way about him understanding that our God will soon take him and his empire down underfoot. So I learned to some degree empathize with them. See? And I understand that one of the reasons they're able to have so much is not because they're smarter, not because they're stronger. It's because their children get a greater head start compared to ours. That's all. That's all. Their children grow up to understand what it is to have both parents. That's a head start in itself. They have certain privileges that our children don't have. But am I upset with it? No. It's their empire. This is what they do for self-preservation. They don't have children all over the earth and are as fertile as us. So they're lower in number than us compared to us. They're lower in number. So when you look at it, it's like there's really nothing to fear and nothing to hate. Because they're losing anyway. They're losing. That's why Bill Gates is running around with his simple behind trying to shoot people up with vaccines. Because he says there's areas where the poor people are, where they're outgrowing the population. What population? Your population. So it's like this, folks. We overcome hate with love. We're not looking to Esau for equality. Mm-hmm. We're looking to our God. You got it. For eternal power and immortality. Christ tells us this. Read.
Deuteronomy 20:23, verse 7. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother.
Read it again.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother.
Thou shalt not hate an Edomite, for he is thy brother. He is thy brother. See that? I don't hate white people. It takes too much energy to hate. Thou shalt not abhor, which is hate an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Read.
Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land.
And we're not to hate the Egyptians, because why? We became a nation in Egypt. And in respect of them housing us until we became a multitude, our God said, you better not hate the Egyptians either. Teach them. Show them what's right. Become the light of the earth. You want to do something about the white man? Be an example of what a righteous man should be or a righteous woman should be, and teach them. They don't know any better. They don't know any better. They've minimized themselves to hate flesh, to hate their own brother. That's a weakness. Don't fall to that weakness. Love thy neighbor. Love thy brother. Become the light. See? That's more powerful than going out with some bricks, busting out a Walmart window or something. That's more powerful. We are the children of light. We are above civil unrest and all the little political games the world powers are playing in the earth right now. We are above that. Mm-hmm. They will make you believe you are a minority. Get the book of Obadiah real quick. They would make you believe that you are the minority. Mind games. And they use the word minority to make people believe that they are more in number, even in the United States. But they're not. See, a lot of them are doing this for the sake of self-preservation, using political warfare against us, because why? They know they're less in number. And I'm going to show you how they're less in number. Read.
Book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 2.
Come on.
Behold, in fact, I'll start in verse 1. The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God, concerning Edom.
Concerning Edom. This is the so-called white man, the European powers. Okay, the 10 horns of Europe. Now, we all know all white people aren't from the 10 horns, even if they look white. You can't judge the outward appearance because there were certain families out of Esau that weren't connected with Amalek or wasn't under the bloodline of the Canaanites. When you study, you can be able to decipher who's who according to the word. Read.
Jumping to verse 2. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen.
Out of all nations, Esau is the smallest. But part of his political psychology, his psychological warfare is to make everyone believe it's more of them than us. See? That's a lie. He's made them small among the nations. Why? Because our nation isn't black Americans, which breaks us down to a smaller group within the United States. That's divide and conquer. I know that the North American Indians is counted as my brother. I know that the Balikwa Taino Indians and the Jamaicans and the Haitians and the Australians, the Aborigines of Australia, the Dominicans, the Panamanians, the Guatemalans, all these people are the same bloodline according to God. See, Esau tried to divide us through ethnic groups, so that because he don't have an ethnic group, he's just white. So by default, he becomes the majority of a country after dividing and conquering everyone else. But our God has pulled his coattail. He's small among the races of people. I'm not just black American. I'm an Israelite. And all of my brethren are counted for the number within this country. We're the majority and they know it. Huh? Read.
Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen.
And this is why he used psychological warfare to keep us divided with these racial events. See? Read.
Thou art greatly despised.
And it says Esau is greatly despised. Why? Because at the end of the day, he's behind all the chaos we see in the earth today. To consolidate control, he create order out of chaos. So what we must do? It tells us in the book of Acts to repent everyone for our sins and come back to the Most High. In times past, the Most High winked at our ignorance, but command every man everywhere to repent. Not just an Israelite, everybody. Because a lot of you are afraid of what Esau is about to do. Let me tell you. You would fear more what our God is about to do to Esau. Mm-hmm. You would fear that God more. And I'm going into that tomorrow with our lesson, The Judgment of the Gods. See, we're not to fear what's going on politically here because we understand where all this leads politically. The fall of Babylon and what the erection of Rome as the top empire with the 10 horns, 1 hour with the beast. They're dismantling America as we speak. That's all that's going on. But there's a narrative after this. But those who follow the politics of the Freemasons, the politics of the Prince Hall, and these fraternities, you're falling with America. If you believe what you see on that TV, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be led like Pied Piper to your own destruction. History is replete. We read that in the Bible. Now, before I open up calls, real quick, I have an announcement. July 5th is our new Hebrew and Bible Academy. You don't want to miss that. Start your enrollments now because we have people working around the clock. Tonight is the new month. When the sun go down, we go into summer. Okay? To let you all know, yes, it's a Sabbath sundown tonight. Now, so you can understand, please enroll. We have a lot of time between now and July 5th. Okay? Please enroll before July 5th, folks, because I don't want our administration working around the clock because we waited the last minute to enroll. I'm going to tell you, what's being dropped in these academies, you cannot find anywhere on earth as far as studying and giving you the references and other information you need to actually build your Bible vocation. Okay? Be a part of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. It helps the work. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of planning that's happening, and this planning is for you. And the finances you send goes towards us to help this work, to finish the work, and to set up churches and do what we need to finish this work on earth. And to delve into more information to give you in these trying times. The other thing is, someone actually sent me a Skype message and asked me, why do we have two what you would call cash apps? Okay, so y'all can understand. The GOCC 144 donate, which is the first one on your screen, $ GOCC 144 donate. That particular one goes for the online classes that Elder Lawyer and I do every Sabbath and every Wednesday. Okay? So it doesn't matter if you're getting your lessons through us, you would send it through that particular Cash App if it's just your online classes. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're not with a church. If you're not with a church, that means in a building or a part of our church in a specific building, and your church is this right here, it doesn't matter. Tithes, offering, whatever that case is, if you're not a part of a congregation, must go to $ GOCC 144 donate. Okay? Now, the $ gathering 144, the $ gathering 144 GOCC, which is under it, which is tithes and offerings. Well, we set that up because churches couldn't gather under the COVID thing. So that now those that are in our churches could send directly into that, and that will go into the account for that specific location. So that was mainly the second one for church members to pay tithes that would go to their specific church. If they didn't have no other way to do it, because sometimes they do it through through offerings and all that in a building. That was strictly, the second one is strictly for church members who don't have a place to gather, who has a place but couldn't gather, but still are paying their tithes and offerings as church members. Okay, so that's the distinction between the two of them, so you're not confused. The first one, if you have a donation for our online classes, or if you don't have a body as of now, you would send to the first one on the top. Okay? Even if it's your tithes and offerings, but you don't have a gathering, you don't send it to the second one. You send it to the first one. Okay, I should have made that more clear, but I think it's clear now. Also, if you want to support the church, you can go to gatheringofchrist.org. We have GOCC Network. We have the Family Corner. A lot of information that will keep you in the know concerning what's going on with our body. And soon we will have all of our banned videos by YouTube. You will be able to access those videos through our site. Okay, so we're going to set that up where all of our banned videos that YouTube will not allow you to see, you'll be able to go to our site and actually view those particular videos that have brought a lot of you into this truth. All praises be to the Most High. Now, we're about to open up the calls. Okay, we have to open up the calls real quick, right? And I'm sure, I see Elder Gabar there. So we'll bring in Elder Gabar first, right? Okay, we'll bring in Elder Gabar first. Our lesson today, the deception in the last days. Hold tight, and we'll be right back with the lesson. I mean, with the calls.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
All right. Are you ready for the phone calls? And real quick, before I bring in the phone calls, let me show you this real quick. All right. As you can see on your page, if you would like to understand or know how to enroll in our Hebrew and Bible Academy, okay? As you can see before you, you go to gatheredofchrist.org. And you can see all the links. They're flawlessly, the tabs are here. You would click on Academy. Once you click on Academy, what happens is, one moment, it's loading. It's still loading. Well, I don't know why it's still loading, but you would click on Academy right there, and it will take you to the web page. Okay? Once you click on Academy, it'll take you to the enrollment page. All right? And you can enroll right there on the page. All right? If you've tried and you're having issues, you can click here to enroll, and that'll take you to the page, historytimes.org. All right? So obviously there's something going on. I got to find out with the administration why these pages aren't loaded, but don't worry about it. You go to gatheredofchrist.org and you can enroll using the website there. Okay? It says error established in the database connection. So yeah, there's a lot of people probably trying to enroll at once. So let's open up the lines. We can begin with Elder Gabar.
Shalom, elders. How are we doing?
I'm blessed by the Almighty. I couldn't help but seeing you waiting in queue, so I thought I would bring you on now. How are you?
Great. All praise to the Most High. I just want to comment and chime in, and I'm trying to send you something, Elder, through email. I want to send you a link. I was trying to do it through my Skype, but my Skype is acting up because I have a new computer. So I'm just going to put it on the link, and I'm going to send it to your private email. That's Richard Shepard. You could just take a quick look at it and things of that nature. I just wanted to just touch on something the Elder Lawyer was commenting in regards of what's going on now, and basically the lesson that you're talking about in regards now, Donald Trump is in a position that people are saying, or I won't say Donald Trump is setting up, but the Illuminati or the top elite are setting up the scenario that people may, for the first time in history, may be welcoming a standing army in their neighborhoods.
Mm.
You know, because the talk of the town is that what Donald Trump is doing, why he's not helping, why he's not bringing his troops, what's going on? It's all his fault. And he already made the statement that if they don't fix it, he's going to fix it several times.
Okay.
So last week I did a lesson, I was in my Bible study. It says, you know, the title of the lesson is
Hey, Gabar, your sound is going.
America's the new Rome. Yes, sir.
Your sound is fluctuating.
It's back and forth. Okay, it's probably my phone. Okay, it's probably how I'm coming in now.
It's still up and down, but I'll try to trudge through it.
Okay, I'll be quick. I'll be quick and things of that nature. Just to touch base on just my phone was acting up. The question is Donald Trump the new Caesar, and is America the new Rome? Because now the talk of the town is what is Donald Trump is going to do about this, and this is going to be the first time in history that, in similar as Caesar went into Rome and invaded Rome, the Senate hated his guts, but the people view him as a hero. So, but when he got the power, when he then went marching to Rome and took over the Roman Senate, the people loved it, but he never gave back his power. So I'm just thinking if this is a repeat of history, and that now they're setting up the stage to set up a scenario that troops coming into the United States cities is going to be viewed as a positive thing because of these protesters and these people that are running around vandalizing and destroying the city. So I don't want to just touch on that because I thought, just touching back that what Elder Lloyd was speaking earlier, that this is setting up the same situation because the Caesar family eventually, even after Caesar got killed by the Senate, because he was hated by the Senate, but he was loved by the people demanded another Caesar, and that's when you got the reign of the Caesar. So I'm just thinking and wondering if this is not the ultimate plan by the Illuminati, you know, and the people, the elite. So I hear with that, Elder.
Well, thank you, Elder. Thank you. I'm gonna place you on hold. And you know what, Elder Lawyer? There is something to what Elder Gabar is saying there. Mm-hmm. You notice that? Because one thing you could examine this, because growing up, right, when we were taught coming up in school, policeman, fireman, there was this thing where there was this campaign amongst the children in school where they would say, yeah, a police help old ladies cross the street. So when I was growing up, the police was welcome as some type of civilian help for the needy. Police helps an old woman cross the street. Well, no. Police was put inside our communities to police the community. Mm-hmm. And what he's saying is replete because back then in 70 AD, it's the same thing. We welcomed the Roman troops knowing that we didn't burn any cities. And of course, they were doing certain things, philanthropy and helping otherwise, until they got a separate order to begin to kill us. So initially, they're in your neighborhoods to watch the ATMs, to make sure, but they're told, well, listen, we're going to make this a campaign in which the people will welcome you. So while you're there, we need you to do some help in the community so you're not feared, or it doesn't look like posse comitatus or martial law. Right. So I seen them sitting there. They didn't have their guns brandished and all that, and they were smiling. But really, they're actually, you know, deployed because they're still deployed until their orders change. There's one thing about soldiers; they follow orders. So right now, they're ordered through deployment to protect ATMs. But conveniently, if something was to happen next, they'll now be used for more nefarious matters, right?
Exactly. If I can mention this as well, when it came to the destruction within the cities, not only was it major corporations such as Targets and different grocery stores, whatever the case may be, it was also those small independent businesses, some of which were owned by so-called African Americans.
Yeah.
So now you can see that also, that element of our people desiring as well for the National Guard to come in and the military to come in to protect or at least to try to police the savagery that's taking place in the community, because their business is law. They have an invested interest in what's going on.
Exactly. They don't understand the worst thing any country could do would be to deploy military on a free soil.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do it. That's one of the worst. Matter of fact, that's the last result. The last thing you would like to see, because what you're saying on its face is that the police has failed altogether. There's no need for the police if you're bringing in the military.
Right. Right.
Because eventually, the military is going to turn their guns on the police. It's coming.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And there's already that friction with the police. This last event was what? Triggered by the quote-unquote police.
Exactly. So now the military are coming as a good guy. You got neo-Nazis and different ones infiltrating the police. So now you're going to need to have a stronger police, military, to come in to police the police.
Right.
Just food for thought. We're going to take these calls and wish you all Godspeed and get ready for the academy. I hope you've been edified this evening, folks, and know not to be out there. Follow the word and follow those who are going into the Bible. And listen, don't follow me. Okay, let me make it clear. Only follow the words out of the Bible. Follow the directions according to the word, coming through teachers like me, like Elder Lawyer. But don't follow me. Confirm in your own understanding while studying what we're teaching is true. Because I'm saying this because this coming Wednesday, we're going to have a brother on. He called me. He's in his 60s, who was actually a high security person during the time of the height of the Yahweh Ben Yahweh organization. And he's going to come on this Wednesday and he's going to break down what happens when men begin to worship men and the ins and outs of what really happened to that organization and how it was considered, and it can be considered, a cult.
Mm-hmm.
And how many people out here who are Israelites today are following that same pattern, even unbeknownst to themselves. They have fallen into the same mistakes that was done through Yahweh Ben Yahweh. So we're going to have that brother come in and give his testimony and his insight to what happened without him criminalizing himself through his discussion. Because I think a lot of brothers and sisters need to know that. That just because someone is an Israelite doesn't mean they're teaching the truth. There is cult and wicked type behavior in factions that are called Israelites. So you must follow Christ. Christ is that Israelite. The disciples, the apostles, those are those Israelites. Okay? Many are of Israel that are not, many that are Israel are not of Israel. 340 area code. Shalom.
Hello?
How are you?
Hi, elders. Hi.
How you doing?
Hi.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hi. Shabbat Shalom. I was thinking about what you were saying, Elder, and even when Elder Gabar came on and he was talking about how they're just basically acclimatizing us so that we'll accept all of the force that's coming against us, and I think that's so true. Because we're just ready to just pick up on anything. I mean, even when you were talking about Reverend Al Sharpton, when he was talking about we're risking our help by coming out there and protesting, he's doing the same thing as that other politician that you were talking about, the one that was telling us that we should take the test. I can't remember his name. They're warming us up to that second wave, saying that, hey, coming near you in the Black Hood is that second wave. So they're reminding everybody that we're the target, over and over, we're the target. And it seems like we don't mind being moved by this, because we're the lost sheep, of the house of Israel. We're always so ready to find some cause or some kind of activism to follow. So the moment we get like wind of some injustice, it's like we're ready to jump on the bandwagon as if we're heading to like the next big like house party. And even down here in the islands, they're organizing Floyd protests, even today, and they're not even considering all the deaths and the problems and the things that we face within our communities locally, but yet they're organizing a Floyd protest. So it's really like there's nothing new under the sun. There is nothing new under the sun. The nations know it too. So that's why they're constantly trying to put us into these bonds, because they know that we're seeking the Most High, and they continue to abuse us. But the sad thing is that we don't mind it. We seem to like doing it, and those of us who get the payoffs abuse our own. The Judases, they even more so know that they are abusing us, and they don't mind helping the nations, and they become reprobates. So, I see they just want padded purses, and like hungry dogs to bone. It's like we as the children of Israel and those Gentiles that can see, unless we have eyes to see and act like in the Most High's wisdom and understand how to navigate, like you say, Elder, in this sinful kingdom and how it operates, then those that are blind, they're going to easily desire all these things, like the force that Elder Gabar and Elder Gaja and all of the elders you have been talking about. And it seems like men love wickedness rather than good. So I'm just grateful that I know this truth, because this is a very evil time. And I have to say continually, I'm so grateful, and I bless you, elders, for your work.
Thank you, sister.
And that's it.
I need to ask you a question, because you rolled this off, without a breath, and it's good. Let me ask: Do you write your points down to make sure you remember what you're saying, or are you just rolling this off straight off the dome here?
Sometimes I do, like just put the points down, and sometimes I don't. It depends. Like,
what about today?
Where I'm caught.
What about today?
I try to remember everything.
What about today? Did you write it down?
Okay.
What about today? Did you write it down?
Today I wrote. Yesterday I wrote it down and I added in. You kept adding. I added more. Like when Elder Gabar, I added. Oh, I gotta talk about that. Oh, I gotta talk about that. Like that. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, sister.
True.
Well, you always bring some good points. Okay. I appreciate you.
Okay, all praise be to the Most High. Shalom, Melvin.
All right, bless you. Elder Lloyd, you had something?
Yes, sir. I want to read the scripture real quick, elaborate on it. This is Proverbs 29 and 18. Where there is no vision, the people perish.
Yep.
But he that keepeth the law, happy is he.
Read that again. That's deep.
Where there is no vision, the people perish.
Where there's no vision, no true direction, the people die. Because they're not being directed with the word of God. They're getting triggered through their emotions politically. Read.
But he that keepeth the law, happy is he. Happy
is he. You're not getting us out there.
Right. Part of the law says what? Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal. A lot of people looking for this and an opportunity for free stuff. You're going to realize what you're receiving isn't worth it.
That's right.
Okay. You got some people, I know how it is growing up in the hood. You get away with something for free, you're going to take 3-4 trips now. If there's still some stuff there, they still out there.
Right.
Yeah. Where James at? They on the cell phone. Yo, man, you better come, man. I'm telling you right now, man, they getting it in. There's only 2 TVs left. I ain't going to keep holding back. People was networking and everything. If we can network like this in righteousness, we would be in the kingdom already. They tagging people in the cell phone. You got people going in with reconnaissance. Yo, was that center hit yet? Let's go. I'm going to tell you, man, listen, it was crazy, folks. And I'm like, yo, what's going on? Folks, in one area, you had people out there, sisters, I'm not trying to attack you because you can do what you want to do with your hair and all that. Lawyer, they were still in weaves. That stuff must be expensive. And I don't know whether or not it's just for their hair, but that stuff must be expensive. They were still old wigs, weaves, all that. I'm like, that stuff must be expensive. It was just an opportunity to get free stuff. What's the next call? Great point, sister. 281 area code, then 816 area code. Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
I'm blessed by the Almighty. Talk to me.
Hi, Elder. I just wanted to share a story that happened to me yesterday at Walmart with my daughter. And they claimed it was due to the coronavirus. Yesterday, I set an appointment for my daughter to get an eye exam.
Yeah.
And they told us that only the patient could be in the room because of the coronavirus. So I signed a release form, and I told them that I did not want her eyes to be dilated. And I made sure I signed where it said, "Are you sure that you do not want dilation?" So I leave and I go to Walmart inside of the store because it's attached to Walmart. I leave and I go inside of the store, my son and I. And usually I can spend a long time in Walmart shopping and getting everything that I need. But for yesterday, I didn't see anything that I needed. So I wanted to go out and I wanted to get my children something to eat so that when she came out of her eye exam, that she'll be fed. So I happened to walk by the optometrist place and I look and I see my daughter has black glasses on her eyes. And I walk into the establishment and I asked them, I said, "Did you guys dilate her eyes?" And this lady told me yes. So I asked to speak to the doctor. The doctor came out and I said, "Ma'am, did you read my consent form? I asked you not to dilate my daughter's eyes." And she said, "Yes, I did read it, but I felt the need to." And Elder, I was so upset because she totally violated my rights. I did not consent for her to do this medical procedure on my daughter. And she was just so nonchalant and she didn't care. She just kept telling me, "Well, ma'am, I'm sorry, it's already done. What do you want me to do?" And she just told me I felt the need to. And I asked her, I said, "This is the consent form. Why did I sign this consent form? Why did I sign? What is it? It's null and void at this point." So she wanted me to be quiet. She wanted to rush me out. And I asked her, "Well, how can I report you?" And she pointed to the certificates on the wall and she said that I can go ahead and report her that way. And then, Elder, she starts to demean me. She was like, "Ma'am, I don't see the problem. You don't have to pay for it. So what is the issue? And you can get as mad as you want to get." And it got to the level to where, I raised my voice because I was so upset. I was shaking, and the lady did not understand where I was coming from. She called the police.
Sister, I got the gist of this. Let me ask you, though, what did you learn from that experience?
I learned that no matter what, you cannot leave your children unattended or your family members unattended. You cannot.
There we go. Because by the same token, how you could be angry at this person, okay, understanding what the healthcare system really is. Your daughter, if harmed, well, one day she'll start feeling something about the irresponsibility that comes with you leaving her with some demons. You understand?
Right.
So the devil gonna do what the devil gonna do. I tell you what time we're in right now. So it's time for us to take special care to oversee what's going on with our children going forward. Not to reprimand you, because I'm sure you got a lesson in this, you understand. And things could have got worse because people usually recover from their eyes being dilated. But, don't expect when it's a medical procedure in your absence, expect them to do something you wouldn't agree with. Period. All right. Well, thank you, sister. And I hope everything worked out. And you probably want to look into, and another thing, here's the reality of the matter. In this world, you usually get what you pay for. And usually when there's something for free, it comes with a greater price. Nothing in this earth is free. And that's why she came to you with, "Well, you won't have to pay for it." You understand? Understand that there's nothing in this earth for free. If she's getting paid to do it, there's some money behind it. And if there's money behind if there's some money behind harming your children, they'll harm your children. Okay? Let me place you on hold. Let's get to the next call. Bless you. I'm glad she's pointing this out because these are learning lessons. We're in a different time now. And sisters and brothers, we have to work overtime to protect our children. Okay? Now, I mean, something is going on in this world too, because I'm seeing people just acting up for no reason. Because here it is, getting back to what that sister's saying, that people are revolting in Jamaica about this George, what's his name, Floyd guy, this made up event, folks. A lot of people are frustrated after being locked up for so long and their monies have been affected and unsure of what's going on in the earth under this confusion. I was fine through the whole thing. But most people who don't believe and haven't read were frustrated, and you can't take it out on government. So now this is a way of doing what? Turning civilians one against another. Now the opportunity to actually unleash their frustration goes on those who they come in contact with. That's what's happening right now. And people marching and all that. I'm like, okay, so you're not marching to say, okay, open up these airports so I can get the hell up out of here if I need to. Mm-hmm. Where's that march? Mm-hmm. I'm losing all my businesses. If I open up the store so I can shop, let me take on the risk. Hell with what y'all talking about with this COVID stuff. We're marching for all the wrong stuff. Mm-hmm. Open the airports and open everything up because this COVID thing is a lie, and you're aiming this towards us to actually destroy our people. You're demonizing black people. You would better march for that than some George Floyd situation. How many black people die every day, it gets snuffed out before their time without any fanfare? But Esau didn't tell you to march. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
816 area code. Shalom.
Shalom, elders.
Okay, we got a bunch of sisters calling today. I don't mind. Talk to me.
Yes, I was just wanting to know, did you guys see the Donald Trump? I saw a little snippet of a video where he basically made a statement that if you don't like what's going on in this country, you can leave. It kind of felt like it was directed towards certain ethnicities.
Let me ask you a question, sister. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's on me.
You gotta have that?
Yep.
Okay, say that again, sister. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was saying I just saw a video snippet where Donald Trump said that if you don't like what's going on in this country, that you can leave.
But how
it seems to be directed towards certain ethnic groups.
How is that possible? Did they open up the airports? The airports are open? Did I find out something? Did they open the airports already, sister?
Well, no, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, well, for him to make that statement, how are we to logistically take him up on that offer?
Oh, I've been hearing that since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
I've been hearing that, listen, this is the best country on earth, and if you don't like it, you know where you can go. Listen, here's the reality of it, and from a political standpoint, or without the truth. The reality is that American history is black history. We are just as, if not more, responsible for the greatness of this country than white people. The majority of the white people that are here came afterwards through immigration. It was us building this country that allowed them to come over here and reap the benefits of it. Mm-hmm. So the greatness of this country, we are intertwined with the greatness. Anything good that comes from this country first starts with us. Okay? So to say it's disingenuous to tell anyone to go somewhere when you have destroyed every other place on earth and made every other place less than Babylon itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So anything, let me make it clear, anything great about this country, all that saying that, you know, there's no such thing as black history in America. Okay? American history, the greatness of America starts with black people. Okay? Because we built it. We worked. Okay? We worked in this country. Our children worked and built this country. The greatness of the music and a different music and the different genres of music that this earth still enjoy came through the oppression of God's people. Okay? The ingenuity. I mean, even, he was a Freemason, Prince Hall Mason, but even the construct of Washington, D.C., the schematics and blueprints were actually drew up by Benjamin Banneker, a black man. So I don't, see, that argument is for the ignorant. I don't deal with black history, white history. The same way we made Egypt great before we were Israelites. We were Egyptian citizens, but Egypt became great because of us. We're the children of God. Okay, and all nations are blessed through us, not the other way around. We're not blessed through the white man being a white man. We're blessed. They're blessed through what? Having God's people serve in their country. So that's utterly ridiculous. But great point.
Yes, thank you.
You are.
Thank you.
All right. 513 area code. After tearing Africa up, making it where the people in Africa can't even benefit from their own resources, they're saying go back.
Mm-hmm. Right.
To what? You won't even allow the people in the land to benefit from the resources of the land. But don't worry about it. We'll be leaving. And when we leave, guess what? This place is going to be worse than what Egypt was. Egypt never recovered after the children of Israel walked out of there. Neither will Babylon. 513 area code.
Shabbat Shalom, elders. How are you all doing?
Shabbat Shalom. Oh, we got the sisters. The sisters they call in soon as they see that number. They on it. Oh, it's okay. Talk to me.
That's right. Well, I was just calling because I don't buy the George Floyd story either. I mean, just all of a sudden, everybody's affected to a magnitude that they were never affected before. And even though these atrocities have been happening to us, you know, for hundreds of years. And then, like you said before, the black on black crime, and then even the abortion clinics, and nothing's being changed in that arena. But, you know, I always call in and I talk about where I used to work. The hospital I work for is one of the most racist organizations in Cincinnati. And someone posted on Facebook all the doctors from this hospital kneeling and other hospitals across the nation in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. And I'm looking at that like, really? You guys are full of it, because you all destroy homes. You all kill kids in the hospital because they're black, and they get away with it, or they take them away due to social services from the home.
Good
so
point.
I'm like, I don't buy it, and other reasons too, and I just don't buy it. But Michael Jordan and another prominent bank has vowed to donate millions of dollars to the Black Lives Matter movement, and I'm like, well, where's this money going? Who's it going to? What's it going to do? And everybody's just like, oh, just be happy we getting it. Like, you're not getting it. I'm not getting it. What's it going to do for us? I don't understand. As far as I know, it could be funding Bill and Melinda Gates to come and vaccinate us. You know,
Exactly.
you know what they're planning to do. So
Great
that's all I
points.
wanted to say.
Sister, great points. Great points. I'm going to place you on hold. Great points. And let me tell you, all these foundations, these proxy foundations, they're a bunch of garbage. All right? Because I don't need a proxy between me and the money. Every foundation they've always given money to were foundations, when you look at it, are linked to the same foundation that have always killed and destroyed our people, like he said. Let me tell you, I'm gonna make it clear. Don't believe these so-called athletes when they give money. It's to a certain organization because they care for the organization. These are tax write-offs. These are what you would call something they can deduct from their tax. These are deductibles. Okay, when they donate. First of all, Black Lives Matter, you're donating to LGBTQ. That money going to go towards someone's transition operation or something. Okay, that's it. That's an organization led by gays and lesbians.
That's right.
Okay, so we don't need to give money to them. Okay, now I'm gonna tell you what Michael Jordan could have done, and he could have done this through an organization. He could have just made up his own organization and came out through the hood, and they will never allow him to do this, and split that money up in the areas he came from and just give it out from door to door. He could have just divvied that up amongst the neighborhood himself, cash money wrapped in rubber bands, and just gave it to the people if he really cared about the people. Okay? We're not dealing with that crap. We don't need no go-between organizations when our people are suffering right now. How can you trust these charlatans to distribute the money righteously? That's garbage. They would never allow Michael Jordan to do anything like that. Take the money, set up his own foundation, and go say, you know what? Nix these projects and all that. I got enough money. Let me buy some land. I'm building houses for all you, and I'm going to pay the taxes off for the next 5 to 10 years and give you a head start. You have enough money to do that. So all these proxy organizations that they claim are going on are, like the sister said, are just funding the same groups that are destroying us. Black Lives Matter wasn't created by black people or for black people. To hell with Black Lives Matter.
Right.
Okay? 347 area code. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder.
How you doing?
I have a question. I'm great, wonderful, excellent. How you doing?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is
I have
Ahia.
a question. Great. I'm not calling to talk about Black Lives Matter, but you all know what's going to happen. I just have a question. In regards to the book that has been taught from the previous sessions in regards to the name of Ahia and also the name of Jehovah, Yahweh, Yah. I just wanted to know, like the Kodak Magica, the Witch's God book, and a dictionary of angels, induction of the fallen angels. Would you recommend that we read those books, or you don't recommend that we read them and or purchase them?
I would never suggest someone who's just trying to learn get any of those books. Okay? Because it makes it clear the name of God within the Bible itself. I would never suggest that. But the reason why I go into the books as a teacher, after being able to discern good and evil, to show brothers and sisters that the witches and the warlocks and the sorcerers have always been worshiping Satan as Yahweh, the bull god. Okay? So I go through that as a reference to prove to people who they worship. But I don't need to go there to prove the name of God, because the name of God is in the Bible or in the Torah itself. You get the wrong person who go into information and don't have a strong foundation, and they'll begin to go off going into certain books without first being rooted in the word. So no, I would never suggest that. Okay? You there?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, because it was interesting. Yeah, no, I'm there. I just wanted to ask about that, because I was looking at a lot of the things that, was taught, and then I'm always in the academy. So I was just interested in regards to the name of God that the people from the Jewish faith, they call on their God, and just was interested in, should we read that? Because I know that one of the books, I forget which one you said it was, that it starts going into chanting, and I don't want to read that. So
Yeah.
But I guess it's
Don't. Let me tell you, I go into the record just to show you that even the witches, warlocks, and pagans have always worshipped the Canaanite god as Yahweh. So I mark certain things and I show it to prove that they know that that's not the name of God. That's all that is. Now, on the other hand, let me make it clear to you. I don't have to go into those books because the Bible tell you exactly his name. In the Hebrew, it's Ahia. Now, I would never suggest people go into the Kabbalah, which is the Kabbalah is really the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. But when you look at the tree of good, the tree that they're dealing with, Yahweh is the fourth God under Kabbalah. Guess what name is the top God that they know is the God over all gods, even under the Kabbalah? You would never guess the name. Ahia. So even their top witches and warlocks and sorcerers know that Ahia is the God who made all gods, even the fourth God that's worshipped in modern day Judaism. Got it? But I would never, but I would never, just because Ahia is there and they know the God of all gods, because why do they know who the God is? Because Lucifer was hurled by that God. So of course they know the true God, and they're hiding that name from God's people because they get power through invocation. Okay? They will worship a higher God and have us worship a lower God. And they gain power or servants that way through their magic, through invocation. But they understand that the God above all gods who resonate with us is Ahia. You understand that? But I would never suggest people study the Kabbalah. See? You understand? But I'll go there to show people that, listen.
Oh, no, that makes sense.
Okay, sister, I go there to show people, like, because people will look at me and say, you Gathering of Christ Church, y'all are always coming up with something new and different, trying to be different and all that. What we're saying isn't new. It's just been hid. It is not new. The Jewish people always knew that his name wasn't Yahweh. They always knew it. Thank you, sister.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. But, you know, let's stay on topic. 440 area code.
Oh, Shalom. Let me take you off the speaker, elders. Okay, there we go. Yes, Shalom, and thanks for taking my call, elders. I just can't say it. Every time I get on, I just really appreciate you guys. You know, you've kept me strong. When I used to call, I used to cry on the phone all the time. You guys got me stronger. Through this, I have some of my kids that have, you know, come into the truth. They're taking the baptism lessons, you know, and I'm so thankful for that because, you know, I think if it wasn't for GOCC, you know, on the table, I think there would probably be more people rioting, you know, and out in the streets. But you guys have taught us, you know, through the false flags, you know, not to even, you know, get caught up with that. So I really appreciate that. And then I just really feel for the sister with her daughter, you know, because I know how those doctors and stuff goes. So I just appreciate you guys. There's a scripture about, you know, robbing God with the tithes. I mean, that has just leaped in my spirit. You know, it's like I try to, you know, just get money however I can just to make sure I give some type of tithes, you know, and offerings more than, you know, what I have been. Because I'm telling you, if I don't need him to rebuke the devourer right now, I've never, and I'm just saying that, you know, but I know he does that. So I really appreciate you guys. Shalom, and thanks for taking my call.
Well, thank you, sister, and thank you for all your support, okay? I appreciate it. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, shalom.
All right, shalom. 573 area code, and subsequent to that, 902 area code. 573. Shalom.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Y'all sisters must have this number on speed dial, huh? Where the brothers at? Talk to us.
You're right about that. My ex-boyfriend, we used to study together, and then he's from Africa. He's from Rwanda, and he said that his uncle now they study that witchcraft stuff. Like they brought somebody into the home to do some type of witchcraft.
And so when he came back, he didn't believe in the Bible no more. And so me and him ended our relationship because of that. Because he got drunk and everything, and he started picking up my Bible, and he was like throwing it on the floor, you know, disrespecting my God. And I got mad, you know, because I don't like somebody disrespecting a higher, you know. So he believes in the Egyptian type stuff, and I don't understand that. And he said that you said just because you're from Africa, you're not the chosen people. And I'm like, no, he didn't mean it like that. You know, he took it the wrong way, you know. And so he hates you all because of that. And he told me to read the Book of the Dead. And because I'm like, I want to know what you're learning, you know, like,
You want to know,
I'm trying
huh?
to understand it, but he can't even.
Let me tell you, I don't want to deal with no book. I don't want to deal with no book that with a title, The Book of the Dead. I mean, right there, that's not a turn off. I don't know what is. Listen, the Bible is the book of the living. That's living water right there.
Yes.
Why don't you try the Book of the Dead? No, brother. Just the title itself would turn me off. But go ahead, sister. So first of all, he misinterpreted. He misinterpreted what I said, because when I said we're not Africans, that means there's no race of people in the Bible who are named by God Africans.
Right.
That's common sense. Where's that nation at? Where is a nation of Africans in the Bible?
From Judea. We from Jerusalem, you know, which is Israel.
Sister, but I'm saying,
you believe in that.
I'm saying, listen what I'm saying, so sister, so you can listen to me, all right? And I'm gonna let you talk, all right? I'm gonna let you talk.
Oh, yes, sir.
And there's a saying, right? Right, and that's for all of us.
Yes.
Sometimes we listen to wait our turn, just long enough to wait our turn. But listen to what I'm asking you. Right? When did we ever say, make it clear, what we're saying when we say we're not Africans is that God never named a nation African. That doesn't exist. So how can that offend anyone when you cannot find the nation of African in the Bible itself? What we're saying is we're the children of Israel, who through a curse and prophecy ran into Africa, running from Romans. Okay? So when we make that, it's not to minimize or to degrade people living on the continent of Africa. It's to bring understanding that if you say you are an African, you're actually a lost sheep, having no idea what nation your forefathers come from. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. He just don't get it.
Okay, hold up. So he went to Africa. He went to Africa and brought back a demon. Where y'all now?
Yeah. We're not together. He's living where he's living, and I'm living where I'm living. But we still talk, you know. But
what y'all still talking for?
To believe what he believes.
Listen, what are you still talking? What are you still? What? I like to hear these conversations. He went over and crawled into West Hell and came back to America. He left himself there and came back fully possessed with Beelzebub. I would like to hear how y'all conversations go. Give me an example of how these conversations start.
Argument.
Okay.
He'll be like, "Oh, you listen to the GOC." He be like, "Oh," he be like, "What you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm just listening to GOCC." You know. He's like, "Oh, forget that GOC are higher and you're shyer." And I'm like, what you got against that?
No.
I say, "But what if it's the truth?" He say, "What, you scared of hell or something? Are you scared of hell?" I say, "Yes, I'm scared to go to hell." See, you are a brainwash. You are a brainwasher. You need to. We are the people. You got to listen to our ancestors. And I'm like, who is that? I say, our ancestors is Isaac, Jacob, and, you know.
Hold up, sister. Slow down. You're going real fast right now. You're going real fast. Hold up. What is his name? What is his name?
Malik.
Malik.
You talked to him before, and he was scared. You know,
Okay,
when
my.
and he
Sister, you be rolling, don't you?
yeah, he's playing into Africa.
I'm trying to dialogue. I'm actually attempting to dialogue with you. Is it possible?
I'm trying. I don't hear you that well. Yeah,
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm trying to dialogue with you. All right, Malik. So he goes off when you says names like Ahaya in Yeshaya, correct?
Yes, he gets very mad.
Okay, you understand that that's not him getting mad, correct? You know that, right?
Yes, I do.
We wrestle not with flesh and blood. That name cuts asunder. Okay.
I do.
All right. So.
Yes.
I mean, so where to are you taking this relationship? Because I don't think you've seen the lesson where we were teaching two cannot walk together unless they agree.
Mm-hmm.
Let's end it there. What agreement do you have? Roll up. What agreement do you listen? What agreement do you have unless you're calling to argue?
Yeah, see, I try not to, you know. I just be hoping that we can have a regular conversation, but somehow we get caught up in the Bible and, you know, because I do like to talk about Ahaya, and I be feeling like, you know, maybe he will listen, you know, but I understand he's not going to listen. He's not going to listen. I just need to just let that go.
Okay.
Because I care about him,
okay,
you
sister,
know?
I got a great idea for you. It's about bee season. It's about bee season right now. Okay, whenever you get an opportunity, you know, you don't have to have a bee suit on. You know, just go out there with your regular old summer clothes on and take a stick and go beat a beehive for about 5 minutes straight and stand there.
Then I'm going to get stung.
Okay.
I'm going to die.
Ding, 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 ding. All right, sister, we'll replace you on hold. Go to the next call. All right.
Yes, sir.
502 area code. Shalom. 502 area code. Next call, 201 area code. Like this is overseas someplace. Look like
Shalom,
you,
elders.
Shalom, sound like you overseas. Talk to me.
Brother, yeah, I'm overseas. I just wanted to let you know, man, I'm so thankful for you guys, man. You, Elder Lawyer, Elder Iraq, you know, and I want to tell you, man, thank you for continuing this work. Thank you for continuously, you know, putting the lessons out Sabbath to Sabbath, because you have woken up a lot of my family. My mother's baptized, my sister's baptized. She just recently got baptized with the Houston body. And man, I just want to thank you guys. And I want to say, touch on one thing that you said before. You talked about all of the brothers and sisters that had died in the hospitals that didn't get recognition. This has touched, man, my family has woken up from this stuff, man. And I want to say also that a lot of brothers, I think that they're using this time for this George Floyd thing to get famous. Right? You know what I'm saying? People are dancing online and making songs out of this type of stuff. And the other nations are laughing at us. You know what I'm saying? I had somebody send me a text message today about a video, and they making a mockery out of us. And we need to just come back to the Father and just worship the Father and stop playing games. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So that's all I want to say. I just want to give y'all the double honor that y'all deserve. And I love you guys. Brother Aquan, I'm signing off.
All right, brother. I see the area code you're calling from, or the country code. We'll see you soon enough.
Love you guys, man. Love you guys. Shout out to Elder Iraq. Love you guys, man.
Thank you, brother. We'll talk soon.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. Shalom, baby.
Bless you, brother. All over the world they're calling in this Sabbath. And tonight, when the sun go down, we're in a new month. It begins summer tonight, sundown. For those who don't know. 9-1, we're at what? We're at, okay, that was him. Wait, we're at 919? 919 area code.
Hey, Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment. I want to make a quick comment. You know, Joe Soros, he's sitting back, man. You got to admire that devil for such a cunning scheme. I want to know, did you see? It was in the news this morning. Did you see in Mexico? They're going off under the Black Lives Matter. They showed up. They showed a local down there actually set a police officer on fire. Did you see that?
Oh no!
It was the most I've never seen. Well, you keep your eyes on the news. You see it. It's the most horrific thing I've ever seen on TV. Actually, they poured some liquid on them and set them on fire in the name of Black Lives Matter. Because you know the police down there are giving those people down there hell also. So yeah, just check it out. You got to admire that devil, Joe Soros. I mean, he's sitting back, this man. I mean, all around the world, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter.
Brother, listen, I wouldn't be surprised right now if George Floyd isn't somewhere on the beach right now sipping a Corona.
Yeah. What? Wow, right?
Thank you, brother. Great point.
Yeah.
That sounds like terrorist activity to me.
Yeah.
So now anybody in association, automatically terrorists.
So now they're going to, if you begin to, and Yurok and I were speaking about this earlier, Elder Lawyer, how they're really using the same Al-Qaeda insurgent script here in the United States.
Exactly.
So now they're going to say Black Lives Matter. There's an insurgency group within them that stemmed from Black Lives Matter that became terrorists and all that. It's coming. It's demonizing, turning the narrative where black people are the enemy, politically and otherwise. We're the germ that need to be eradicated as coronavirus, and we're also the terrorists that have now sprung out organically, fighting against the injustices of the white man. Listen, I'm staying away from all of it.
That's right.
Okay, like I said, don't be surprised if George Floyd is somewhere sipping a Corona. Okay, with lime. 951 area code. Shalom, you're live.
Hey, Elder, thanks for taking my call. First, I want to say all praise to the Most High in Christ, and I'm calling because, you know, the brothers got to represent. I know it's gang of sisters calling in, but, you know, I think our people are just, you know, still foolish, stuck in their ways, and a lot of our people like sin. They don't want to leave sin alone. And like you teach us, well, like the Bible teaches us, you know, when we reject knowledge, we get a strong delusion. So we in a deep state of delusion right now, and a lot of our people don't care to wake up, and therefore it's easy to fall into the trap that they set out there for us. So that's how I feel.
Yeah. Hey, because our people love darkness rather than light. And let me tell you, and thanks, brother, for actually saying that. What I'm seeing here, Lawyer, is that the majority of people that's out there stealing things, they're not out there due to what happened with George Floyd.
Exactly.
This is just a pretext for them to go out and get free stuff.
And it's the same thing that happens over and over. I mean, when you go back, you watch the Rodney King riot footage. It's the same exact thing. You got some people out there who may be upset. You got your provocateurs, and then you have those who are out there just trying to, you know, get a quick, you know, a quick scheme. You know, just trying to figure out what they can steal. And this is why, you know, if we haven't learned anything from these types of demonstrations, protests, one thing we have to learn is that to have a protest of this magnitude, where you don't know. You know, you have no control over the environment because it's such an open environment. You don't know who's going to come along and try to play an agent. You already know that there's going to be people looking for what they can get out of this type of situation, stealing, looting, so on and so forth. That's why the Bible says that, and we have the, you know, one of the greatest public demonstrations that we have used over the years that have been beneficial is what? Street speaking.
Yeah.
Where you have a little bit of control over the environment. You're filming everything. You know those that labor among you. You have an understanding of those people. You know nobody's going to be out there stealing
Exactly.
rioting and things of that nature. Whereas these type of things, you have no control of who's going to show up. And even if it is a peaceful protest at the grassroots, it always has the propensity to turn into something else.
And Elder Lawyer, I'm going to tell you this, when I'm researching this and looking at it, I mean, the script is immaculate. I mean, this is the psyop of all psyops. I mean, it's let me tell you, it's actually stunting all those who are trying to make their own narrative from this or their own scenario from this. It's stunting them before they have an opportunity to gain steam. But it's still working its overall agenda. Here's an example of that, right? You have those who is like, oh, this is about the black man. So they started leaking out stories that would actually stunt those who would politically go against them. Like you have the Tariq Nasheeds and others that were saying it's about killing the black man, the black man, the black man, right? And had all these guys come out claiming it was something black. And then the script writers came with something different. You know he had a white girlfriend. Now, so they're reeling it back now. Like, okay, last week we was going into you can't be interracial and the black man, you a sellout, you a coon if you marry a white woman. So they got you all on the black bus, and then pulled it from under you by showing a white woman saying, "Yeah, I used to date him. We loved each other." So it totally stunted their whole scenario where they didn't know how to respond back. You understand? And then you had another demographic that was dealing with it. And then they came with, yeah, by the way, he was choked out. No justice, no peace. He was choked out. No injustice. Then they said, well, you know what? Let's put out another. They went back there, script writers to Hollywood, and said, let's put something else out there. Let's just say he died of corona. He died of coronavirus. Hey, he might not have died of it. Asphyxiation or strangulation. We did an autopsy. He had coronavirus. So all the people that talking about he was choked out was looking at each other, talking about, well, okay, coronavirus. I didn't prepare my emotions for this change of narrative.
Right.
You can't see they're playing with you. You cannot see that they're actually playing with you. This is a psyop, folks. They change it as it goes. They find out what you are against and then show the hypocrisy of what you claimed you were against. Because now you're standing with a man now who you just was against a week ago, right? Because that same man a week ago was with a white woman. And you got all these videos of interracial coons and all this. Right. And now the guy that you tell him to burn down cities had a white girlfriend.
You even said you're going to die behind having that white girlfriend. She's going to, something going to happen to you for having that white girlfriend.
Exactly. So it's showing you the hypocrisy and confusion amongst the black community in which if you're not following the Most High, they can use they can use your own political stances against you to show hypocrisy. Right? Now, what's next? Only got a few more. Only a few more. I said 3 more, and then we'll wish you all Godspeed. And thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us this Sabbath. We're going into the summer, which is sundown tonight. And that begins summer, which is a new month. Not new moon, a new month. Going into a quarter, 3 months of summer. Okay? Okay. So we thank you for hanging out with us today on this Sabbath. And we appreciate all your contributions. It comes... I'm going to tell you, it goes a long way, and we appreciate it. 919 area code. Shalom.
Hey, you already...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we had you earlier. I'm sorry about that. 951 area code. Shalom.
That's me, Elder. That's me, Elder. You just have my call, so you guys can...
I'm sorry, brother. 754 area code. 754, then 585.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom.
Shalom. So I just wanted to say this is that it's all really a distraction, because
when they have this going on, it takes away from the fact of whatever else they're doing with COVID and whatever else they got planned. So I do believe that it is, you know, it's a setup. It's whatever scheme or plan, a wicked plan that they have, you know. So unfortunately, they use this brother as, you know, a evil plan. So again, you know, our people are distracted from that, and now it's like we're missing COVID and all. It's so much at once, and all praise to the Most High that we're in this truth, that we have this understanding because we can use wisdom. We're like, well, okay, you know what? We know not to go out there. Prophecy is being fulfilled. And I find it very funny how we have all this energy to say, oh, black out and don't buy this, don't buy that. But we don't have that energy. Our people that are obviously in the world, we don't have that energy for the Most High. We don't have that energy to say, okay, we won't buy and sell because it is. Oh, don't do this on. I mean, my sister showed me a whole list. She said, girl, they have a don't do this on this day and something Tuesdays, whatever craziness it was. But it's like, wow, we won't. But yet we'll buy it on Sabbath. We'll do whatever else on the Sabbath. We don't have that same energy for the Most High. It's very sad.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, and sister, I'm glad, thank you, I'm going to place you on hold. It's one thing that she pointed out is that we can fall in order when it comes to this world, but not have that same passion and obedience to the word of the Most High and to his law, statutes, and commandments. You notice when Esau said put on mask, you put on mask. When Esau say stand 6 feet apart, Christian, you stand 6 feet apart. When he says first phase, second phase, third phase, you follow the phases, following the laws that be. But check out this hypocrisy. You claim you stand for the Most High God. You'll follow Caesar's law while teaching from your pulpits that God's law is done away with. You'll follow Caesar's law to the tilt, to the T. You're standing on that line at Walgreens and Walmart. You're 6 feet apart. You social distancing. You're doing everything this world says do, according to the law. But yet, you claim God's law. The only law that can save our people is done away with. Hypocrisy. Let's go down the line here. 585 area code.
Shalom, Elder Jakar, Elder Lloyd.
Shalom.
All praise the Most High. I just wanted to line back off what you guys are speaking about, and it's deep because this came to me a while ago. It's like everything you guys stated in the scriptures, and when the Most High was talking to Jeremiah in Lamentations, in the book of Lamentations, chapter 2, verse 11, I just read these scriptures. My eyes do fail with tears. My bowels are troubled. My liver is poured upon the earth for the destruction of the daughter of my people, because the children and the sucklings soon, which is weakened, in the streets of the city. 12, that they say to their mothers, where is corn and wine? And when they swooned as the wounded in the streets of the city, when their soul was poured out into their mother's bosom, what things shall I take to witness for thee? What things shall I liken to thee, O daughter of Jerusalem? What shall I equal to thee, that I may comfort thee, O virgin daughter of Zion? For thy breach is great like the sea. Who can heal thee? 14 is the main verse I wanted to get to. It says, thy prophets have seen vain and foolish things. For thee, they have not covered thine iniquity, or discovered thy iniquity, to turn away thy captivity, but have seen for thee false burdens, which, if you go in that word in the Hebrew, is rock uprising or great fire, and causes of banishment, which is seduction or enticement from the way of righteousness. So,
thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Poignantly put. Okay. Right now, we got to go down the list in respect of everyone, knowing that the time of the Sabbath is actually waning down here. So what I'll do is I'll give each person coming in 2 minutes to bring their point. so that we can wrap it up for today, and we have to get ready for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
The Hebrew Bible Academy, the judgment of the gods tomorrow. 502 area code. Oh no, we ain't doing that. 646 area code. 646, you have 2 minutes. Talk.
Hey, Shalom, Elder.
The floor is yours.
Shalom, Elder. This brother Kwame from Jersey. Just wanted to say, like, being online, speaking to people, and seeing what's going on in New York and all that kind of stuff. It was like I was telling people, I tried to speak to people I knew, and that I still connected with. That was calling me and asking me, what are we supposed to be doing now? And it was like, I know you guys are getting ready to leave, and I'm just like, man, like all this stuff is like, it's just systematic. Like I was telling them, like from the beginning when they started putting up posts about the parks being open for white people and then the parks being closed for black people or whatever, I was like, listen, this is systematic. They want you to get upset. The unvaccinated versus the vaccinated didn't work. So what they're trying to do is promote that civil war for us to be against Esau versus us, because they know they already don't have enough people for the unvaccinated side and the vaccinated side to fight with one another. So what they're promoting is this black versus white war. And there's many videos that I've seen with police officers themselves destroying property in New York, their own cars. I've seen them destroying their own cars, vandalizing their own cars, running away. And then, like you said, they have bricks that are set out in places where there's no construction going on. It's just like really systematic, and people are just feeding into this George Floyd thing when it's clear that it's not about him. This is something that they could have been upset about for years. Like you said, the people that are dying daily from drug sales and drug deals going bad and prostitution. Nobody's upset about strip clubs or the bars or the churches that's not promoting the real truth and the images that's going on in our communities. Nobody's upset about that. But one black person dies, so-called black person dies, and then all of a sudden it's all anarchy. When this Black Lives Matter thing is just like the NAACP. It's funded and created by Jewish people. George Soros is a well-known Jewish man. And the NAACP is backing this as well. And of course they roll out all their puppets. They roll out the Jesse Jacksons and the Al Sharptons, and the celebrities are upset. And it's like, it's crazy. Puff Daddy is now all of a sudden a voice of the people, when just a few years ago, he was nothing but a brother in a shiny suit dancing around on the stage. And now all of a sudden we looking to him for guidance. Like he's been a leader in the community for some years, and he's never been that. And it's just like that for all the celebrities. Now all of them have a voice and want a reason to speak, and we got to pay attention to them because they have the money. But in actuality, this is all just systematic, man. I mean, y'all right on point, and everybody can see this. It's like if you don't have the Most High in the Bible, you can't clearly see what's going on. And everybody's like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? The same thing if you get disrespected in somebody's house. You don't stay there. You don't burn their house down. You don't trash their car. You leave the house. So if you're upset with what's going on in America, your next step should be looking to leaders who's going to lead you out of this place to a safer place, to a place where we can actually build as a nation. That's all I really wanted to say.
Hey, Kwame, hey, that was a mic drop. Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
All praises, all praises.
All right, we're going down the line. 510 area code. Let's see.
Shalom, Elder.
It's 502, then I'm going to 501. Go on, sister. You're live.
Shalom, Elder Ricard, Sister Diane from Killeen, Texas.
How you doing? How you doing? Shalom.
I'm hanging in there. Hopefully you're doing well. I so agree with the brother who just spoke. I mean, we really need to focus on just becoming a nation. I mean, I appear as a Gentile, but I'm with all of you, tightly knit with all of you. And I think one concern of mine is that a lot of the brothers and sisters embrace well, I appear as a Gentile, so I'll just go ahead and assume that I am.
Okay.
Embrace the Gentiles, but then like other ones will call me like the white woman or Esau. But I'm saying a lot of us, are out here with the body, with the GOCC body, totally, under your teaching and loving the body. And so if I am a Gentile, my forefathers hurt any of you, again, I can't apologize enough, but we're not all bad. And as the body embraces, we can offer a lot of help, and we're clinging to Israel. It's Israel first, and then the Gentiles come in. And so many of us just love the truth that you're bringing and cling to you. And with that said, I think we need to really disconnect from needing medical care and really become that sovereign group that we're supposed to be under Ahia, of course, because he's our Heavenly Holy Father. And then I just request prayer of you because my mom's not doing too well. And if there's any sister in New Jersey who can maybe go and minister to her, and I know it's COVID-19 and all that, but if there's a sister who maybe can minister to my mom and just encourage her, she won't walk. It's a long story, but I'm just with all of you. I appreciate and love all of you, all the work that you do. I can't imagine, all the hours, just blood, sweat, and tears that you put out there for all of us. And I'm so with the body. I'm so with you elders. I love your teachings. And you just don't know how much you help all of us, through our hurts, because so many of us heard about this thing and that thing. And I just really want all of you to know that as a body of GOCC, I appreciate you so much.
Well, sister, hold on. Let me get your name again.
It's Sister Diane, Killeen, Texas.
Ah, Diane. Now, you was mentioning something that some people are calling you Esau, Edomites, and all. What people are doing that? You mean the people online and all that?
Well, some online, some have told people I know, oh, you mean that white woman. Other people have told me, like, they would call me and tell me, because they got a hold of my number and told me, and you know who you are. And I would tell them, look, I'm not part of that group. I want nothing to do.
Diane, I need some specifics. When you say they say you know who you are you talking about people that are amongst our church or just some random people?
No. Some among the GOCC. For the majority, they don't, but there are a few here and there, very few. Well, but they do mention.
Sister, but let me make this clear. If you hear people talk like that, keep in mind that all Israel is not of Israel. We have many people that claim to be of the GOCC and Gathering of Christ Church that are only here to destroy inwardly. We've moved a lot of these people out of the way already. Okay? So you don't have, let me tell you, you don't have to bear any disrespect to your house from anyone. And again, you don't have to apologize to us for what if your people are Edomites, for what your forefathers did to us. Let me make this clear. Our God said that this would happen before you or your forefathers were born. Okay? So you don't have to walk up with your head high, and you don't have to exhibit any level of white guilt amongst our church. Okay? You're our sister. Okay? If anyone...
I appreciate that. I really do.
No, listen to me, sister. If someone disrespect you, hang up on them. That's your phone. Because they're not of us. Okay? They disrespect you or try to put some guilt on you. Sister, you don't owe me anything. My prize come back with Christ. There's nothing you can give me. that can repair what's been done. Okay? Nothing any white person can give me. So I'm not going to put no guilt on anyone. Okay? What can you give me? Nothing. The only thing you can do is do what the Most High say, and do what? Serve the living God. Serve the God of Israel. Don't do what your forefathers did. That's it. But don't walk around with the guilt of your forefathers, because that's too much a burden to carry. And once you're baptized and you're free of sin, guess what? Those burdens of the past die with the past. So these people that are talking to you, they're not of the gathering of Christ Church. They're of the devil. Okay? So don't worry about that.
You think you'll be in touch about time?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sister, I said I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And I put your number down. We're going to call you. And we're going to reach your mother in Jersey. And since you requested prayer, we're going to pray for your mother. What's her name?
It's Joanne.
Joanne. Well, we're going to say a prayer for her today, sister. And we're going to try to get somebody to your mother. And we'll talk. We'll call. Because I'm going to tell you, the Bible tells us, folks, it tells us that at the end, many shall come before us and say, surely our fathers have inherited lies. And the Bible also says, make friend with the mammon, for they will be refuge in a time of trouble. This sister and others like her, who the Most High has converted, will actually open up her place, her land, and all that. When our people are suffering in these cities, it'll be people like this sister who will have a place for your family to survive. Understand that. So, sister, you don't owe no one nothing. You understand me?
Yes.
Somebody call you with some hot mess, trying to give you some white guilt. And that's another thing that happens amongst these times that stir people up in their wicked hearts. During these political scenarios, folks, you have brothers and sisters who get triggered by Satan and make enemies of their own family. The family is the body of Christ. Be careful what you do in these times not to be triggered. And you notice, regardless of Floyd or whatever, Trayvon Martin, have you ever seen our message change? Due to the political triggers in this earth, or have our message stayed the same? See? Because we're not triggered. And I'm going to tell you what's going on. And sisters, you're in the truth. You follow the truth of Christ. You respect the work in that the Gathering of Christ Church has done in this earth. But I'm going to tell you what. This also highlights something else. That when these things are triggered, something happened not just on the black side, but on the white side. You have the understanding of what's going on, sister, and that's why you called in, but it's still affecting you nonetheless. The negative backlash, it comes in these events with you being a white person. Now imagine those who don't have the truth of the Almighty and can't resolve this through the Bible, or who are not following our lessons. This is turning into what? Fear for white people. You think that's good. But no, that guilt and fear is going to turn into a place of what? Self-preservation and preparation for war against the poor. And we're going to do more harm than good shaking the tree. Okay? Thank you, sister. Don't worry about it. If someone trying to call you names, hang up. You're talking to the devil's daughter or the devil's son. Just because they say they're of GOCC, or Gathering of Christ Church, there's this demon overseas who say that she's with GOCC. So don't even deal with that. Tell them to hang up and forget your number. Okay?
Thank you so much, Elder. You've made me feel a whole lot better. Thank you so much, Elder Ricard. Sister, raise your head. Don't let no one call you and get in your space and to bring you down. Don't ever let that happen. Okay? Thank you. Bless you. 510 area code.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Talk to me.
Yeah, I've been thinking for the last day what you're saying about George Floyd being somewhere on the beach. I've been saying to myself, he's somewhere with that Epstein character.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. The lady was breaking down. She was a doctor, and she was breaking down how if your carotid artery is being crushed, you know, blocking your windpipe, you can't be saying I can't breathe, mama, none of that stuff you were saying. And
Listen,
so
man.
forth.
I was waiting for the Boys the Men Dear Mama to play.
Right.
And then you had Reverend Al Sharpton. Reverend Al Sharpton, and his last words, calling out for Mama. Because Mama had been the backbone of the black community. Mama was his word. He cried for Mama. Hold up. If your neck is being crushed, you can't say, give me air, I can't breathe. You can't say, dear mama, from Tupac. Folks, it is a bunch of it's bull. Put it that way. Satanic bull through the media. And all of you single mamas out there and under the Rainbow Coalition, and all the black sons through injustice, Floyd wouldn't want this. It's a bunch of garbage. Okay?
Yeah.
Finish.
Yes, sir. Also, supposedly, you know, he said, well, I know it's a different time. They over there in Germany protesting all of that. Well, supposedly this is the George Floyd is one of 3 different knee on the neck events. I guess one in Spain and one in France that they haven't been telling us about. And that could be a reason why it's all over, spread all over the world like it is, and so forth. And
someone says it's still. Let me tell you. Someone says it's still murder. If what they said happened, it would be considered murder. But tell me when we began to care about black boys or black men getting murdered in our community. When did we begin to care about that? Now, I've always cared about it. But when has our people as a population cared about black men getting slain in our community again? When have we been concerned about black boys getting murdered in our community? See, this is how the other nations are looking at it. It's straight hypocrisy. If you cared about murder, you would have stopped our children from being aborted a long time ago. You would have stood in front of these doctors who've been using vaccines to kill and stillborn our children. There would not be one Planned Parenthood in our neighborhoods. There would not be one drug dealer in our neighborhoods if you cared about murder. Oh, it's murder when the white man does it. So let's put up that one event against all the murder we've done amongst each other since America's inception. Just matter of fact, not even from America's inception, from the time of the crack epidemic, the murders that we've seen in our communities since the crack epidemic. So I don't want anyone to come to me saying, "Well, yeah, the white man murdered." I don't even want to hear that crap because you never cared about murder until the government news told you to care about it. Hypocrisy. Go on, brother.
Well, it's like the sister said the other day, you know, like siblings getting into it, or, you know, you're not going to call my sister a B, but I can call her a B and this or that. And that it shouldn't be that mentality at all. Like, I'm not going to call my sister a B. You better not call my sister a B.
Yeah, only I can call my sister a B. You can't do it.
Right.
Listen, here's another thing. It's tripping out of their minds. Hey, my nigga. Yeah, my nigga.
Right.
Yeah, my nigga. No, the white man, but you can't call me. You can't call me that. Man, that's all. It comes out of your mouth every other second.
90 seconds.
So what's the difference between your own brother calling you that and the white man? Well, and you can see they go blank. They start blanking and staring in the sky. No, he's white. Okay, but your own brother calls you. If you're so incinerated with what you claim that represents by the white man, why do you say it and allow others to say it to you?
Right.
Hypocrisy.
And what they'll do is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll explain it off with some weird Negro philosophy of, when see, when we say it with the A on the end. When the white man said it, he say it with the ER. So it's coming from a different place when he said it.
He's coming from a place of hatred.
Right.
And I turned the word nigga into love. See, you gotta understand the end nigga starts with Negro, and we understand that on the backside.
Right.
But the white man, that's a simplicity they deal with. See, but the white man, the deep-rooted white man, see, when the ER, see, ER, emergency, that's when the nigga gets, that's that simplicity brothers be dealing with, folks. See, the whole deal is our people are confused. It says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And this is what's going on. Okay? If you won't allow the white man to do it, you shouldn't allow your brothers to do it either.
That's right.
Because if it's that bad, it should be even worse if we use it against each other. See? But go on. You have the last word.
Oh, yes, sir. And supposedly the owner of Target is part of Antifa. The whole thing, the Target was the first place to get vandalized. And there was a sister on in one of the videos, some Esau out there handing out bricks and then jumping in the car trying to leave. She's like, no, hold on. Take these bricks back. Why would you put bricks? Why you give our people bricks? You know you're going to get in trouble with this and that. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I took the bricks back, bro. Like, this thing is just bananas. But anyway, I'm a peaceable Gadite in the academy, and this will be, the heck with COVID-19. This will be my Academy 19.
Thank you, brother. Hey, I'll tell you, hey, brother,
yes,
we dropping grenades in this academy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, brother.
You're not in the academy, you're tripping.
Yeah.
I don't know.
See, the ER on the end of nigga. See, you drop the AER, you end up in the emergency room. The white man will be, it'll be emergency. See, that's the difference, nigga. Let me tell you, this is what goes on, folks. And I try to make satire of some of this, but the reality is a lot of us don't want to deal with our own hypocrisy and wonder why other nations don't respect us politically and otherwise as a people. Because we change with the wind. We deal with double standards and straight hypocrisy. Are you there? Are you there, Elder Gabar?
Hey, Shalom, Elder, how we doing? If I'm coming in clear?
Yeah, I seen you popped in there. Go on.
Yes, sir. I just want to just report something real quick. This is just in.
Yeah.
From Governor Cuomo, effective immediately. He's going to be reopening up all churches, mosques, temples, effective immediately in New York. The restriction is it has to be 25% of the church capacity or limit in regards of people that could come in.
Okay, I'll take that clap back.
Which is, I think, our church, the limit there of people, I think, is about 375, which is, it's no more than 25% of the building limit or 100 people, whatever comes first. No more than 100 or 25% of the building limit. So
okay, so what we can do, is
good news, but
we can break that down into separate services between Friday and Saturday to accommodate everyone.
Yeah, I'm already on it. So yeah. So we're
okay, good. It's the same thing.
I'm gonna have a quick meeting tonight. And
good. Same thing with Philadelphia. Same thing with Philadelphia next week.
I guess New York, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Great reporting.
So right now, I think I think they're more concerned now about the riots than this COVID-19 because they have to kind of, extend, their services or their efforts on these riots, and and even the police officers, when I speak to them around the neighborhood, they kind of don't care about bodegas opening up or these other stores. Now they're more concerned about these riots. So I think that's maybe the more
Yeah, COVID magically disappeared, like it said in that book. There was a book that actually foretold the coronavirus or a virus coming out of Wuhan, China, that it would magically disappear in no time and no one would have any trace of where it went. So obviously, it's exactly how the narrative was written of in that particular book, that it disappeared. Matter of fact, George Floyd, cured the coronavirus. Okay? All right. Anything else, Elder Gabar, before we'll take one more call and we'll call it a night, a day. Anything else, Elder? All right, one more call here. Let me do something. Who's been waiting for a while here? All right, I'm just going to pull one out here. Let's see. Last call. Blessed to you. 315 area code.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Hey, Elder. I just wanted to make an input about as far as like a lot of the protests. How come none of these protests went on like during like the Obama years when you had all? I don't know if anyone touched that at the beginning, but like as far as whether it be like Trayvon Martin or so many other people, so many black people who died from police brutality without any, without any justice, as far as, them killing black people. And a lot of those officers walked around to this day with no charge. I mean, at least like with, like with Trump,
brother, I believe you can answer that. You can answer that yourself, why you didn't have riots to this magnitude than back then. Because back then they had marches, but it took that particular event to lead to this one. I think you missed earlier where I was breaking down the chessboard on how there was moves they're making that would lead to the overall plan that we see going on right now. That's why it wasn't time back then, because they first needed to have everyone indoors to actually heighten agitation amongst the people, then let them out all at once through that agitation, through nation against nation, race against race, that would lead to provocation and breaking things in, so that now they would have a reason to do what? Enforce or keep the stay-at-home orders that now that they couldn't do on the corona anymore, being that a virus cannot live past 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
So you can't keep people in home with a virus when we know a virus cannot live beyond 80 degrees. So they needed another pretext so they can still enforce the stay-at-home orders under this quasi-martial law. Got it? That's why. There was no need to utilize it to that degree under Obama. But go on.
Right. Yeah, I was under the assumption as well that Obama he plays into the system, and so they didn't need to have the riots and the protests because he goes along with the narrative, and for whatever reason, not saying that Trump is perfect, but for whatever reason they want Trump out of office, and whether it be there's certain elite world orders that they want to implement, when Trump isn't going along or what have you. I heard there's a bill that they want to pass that basically it would give all power, which I mean it is prophecy, but it would give all power from the U.S. and it would bring it to the EU. And supposedly Trump won't sign that bill. That's what I think is a different thing. So I mean I don't know if it's because he doesn't want to go with the narrative at all. So now they have to come all these lies to get him out of office because he's not playing the same thing as them.
Well, Yeah, I can see that also. But keep in mind, there's a racial component during an election cycle. So of course they would play on that after. For the last 4 years, they've been playing this black-white Trump against black card all politically throughout the media. So now they threw gasoline on the fire during an electoral process in which there would have been a landslide by Trump if an event didn't happen. They needed an event that would rally all black people back under the satanic belief in a Democratic Party. That's why they're rolling out Al Sharpton. That's why they're rolling out your particular athletes right now. Everybody's speaking anti-Trump. Now they're going to roll out Biden now. Even though Biden, they don't allow him really to speak publicly he can't speak 3 minutes without sticking his foot in his mouth. Mm-hmm. But now they're going to use a narrative of police reform and all that instead of reparations to claim they gave black people something. Mm-hmm. That's all this is. This is a political cycle in which they can always throw gasoline on it through some racial scenario. They didn't have to do that under Obama because Obama, just being black, had enough political clout to keep the blacks in check.
Pacification.
Yeah, enough pacification because you got a black dude. He don't have to do nothing but be black. Mm-hmm. And that was good enough because you felt that you had some level of representation in the White House. Okay, but they can't pull out that card having the direct opposite, which is on purpose, of a Barack Obama in the White House. So the scales were being tilted all the way because no one can actually go against Donald Trump right now. Okay, so they needed a racial component to tip the scales where some people would now move over into the Democratic evil wing of the same demonic bird. Mm-hmm. That's all this is. Okay, they're politicizing this. This is nothing but a Democratic campaign being paid to move blacks back under what? Voting for nothing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay? Voting because someone sympathized with you. That's it. Mm-hmm. And then after that, again, you get jackbooted. Mm-hmm. No sooner the next president gets in, guess what? The foot goes back on your neck. And guess what? And I think that's irony in itself that they show someone being choked out, being black, when we've always been choked out in this society by the system itself. No sooner as you vote someone in again, the foot or the knee goes back on all of our necks. Okay? Thank you, brother. You have the last word before we pray out.
Just one last thing, little off topic. But as far as, because I was looking into the Hebrew apparel on the store, on the IM store, with the coronavirus. I mean, are you guys still shipping all of that clothing out?
Yeah, everything is. Yeah, okay. For the church, business is as usual. IamApparel.org. You go there. Okay. It gets done. You get your product.
I just didn't know if you guys put a pause on that at all.
There's no pause. It's been there the whole time. You order, you'll receive it.
Thank you.
Exactly. It's IamApparel.org. IamApparel.org. Thank you, brother.
Okay. Thank you. So long.
With that, I'm sorry I'm not able to get the rest of the calls, but I'll probably open this up for Wednesday and pick up from where we left off at. Elder Lawyer, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Blessed new moon, which is new month, start sundown tonight. With that, we're going to say the Lord's Prayer. Stay prayed up, sin not, Israel. We're almost home. We will soon see Zion. Don't believe the hype. This is a Freemason production. Okay? If you're easily triggered, turn off the TV. Stop reading the tweets. Okay? Stop listening to the celebrities. Stop listening to the actors. Okay? Read your Bible. Shalom.
Ahoya. Bahashem,
Yeshaya,
our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done. On earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day. Our daily bread. Forgive us our debts. As we forgive our debtors. Lead us not to temptation.
And lead us not into temptation.
But deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom.
And
the power.
And
the glory. Forever.
Amen. We're in Jacob's trouble. Do not follow the so-called leaders of this earth. They're here and they're paid to deceive you. Shalom.
Shalom.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out here anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.